Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll get the commissioners meeting started for July 7th, 2025. Commissioner Hostetter and Commissioner Blessinger are here, so we have a quorum to do business. Commissioner Stephenopoulos is not here today. We'll begin the meeting with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Hostetter, do you have any modifications to either the claims against the county or the payroll?
I do not.
Okay, I'm gonna move that we approve the payroll as presented.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And the same for the claim against the county and voucher report.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We also have the minutes from the previous meeting, and I believe that was June 16th. Do you have any modifications to the minutes?
No, none there.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We have, just for the record, the commissioners have reviewed the county treasurer's monthly report and the clerk of the circuit court monthly report. So we both initialed those. So for the auditor, did we receive money from a property issue? Should that money have been, that show up somewhere on there? I didn't see, I didn't know where that would be. Would that be in the treasurer's report?
Goes in a fund.
It goes into a fund and, okay, I didn't know how that would get put in.
It's part of the general fund.
Sounds good. Next up, one more miscellaneous item. Bliss McKnight sent us something here, and they just wanted to say they extend their gratitude and appreciation to the Corrections and Sheriff's Department for participating in risk management training recently. They facilitated 3 on-site trainings for jail liability and driver safety training. So I just wanted to send a thank you to the Corrections and Sheriff's Department staff for continuing to work to have the best practices and limit our liability exposure at the facility. When we looked at the cost for reinsuring those facilities this year, a lot of companies are getting away from wanting to insure them, so the price keeps going up. So when we do things to make ourselves less risky, it makes us better to insure. So I appreciate them taking part in that. Let's have some highway reports. We'll start with Mr. Lincoln. Morning. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, do more of the dumpster site planning. Drawings are still in process. When we get them drawn up, we'll present it and get your approval. We're hoping to get that done yet. Maybe work on it this winter, next spring, something like that. We'd like to have it done before next, let's see, July 7th or something. We have to get the salt out from what we had ordered. Hopefully we don't have to use all the salt this coming winter. And then hopefully we have to store it. So, but we'll see once, but that's our plans. When we do the dumpster sites, build a building up there, so we can store salt and sand in there for the upcoming years.
So just in a general sense, the site will be expanded because we acquired additional property in the last couple of years, and will it be chip seal? That's the idea eventually, probably, have a better improved surface.
Yes.
And you'll have a large dumpster up there as well, or do you not?
Yeah, a large item dumpster.
Yes.
That's what he was planning on, not a compactor, just a large item dumpster, so.
Okay, because right now we currently just have the one in Bergman,
Yeah, yes.
and so
Yeah.
that one's been being, people appreciate having that, so if you guys have one of you boys as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one on each side of the county and so. Yep, that's the plan, so. And next thing is chip seal paving. We were all done with the chip seal overlays. And we've been working on patches for about a week and a half now. They should be done with the patches by the middle or to the end of this week. The patches, and then we'll still have to do the one upgrade from the Rock Road to the chip and seal yet. So, and that'll be done probably later next week, probably. So, okay, I reached out, Touch a Truck, Hummingbird Daycare reached out and asked if we could bring a truck over to show the kids for their Touch a Truck Day. It will be July 21st, and with your approval, we would send the sign truck, sort of like they did up at Pine Ridge. They just want trucks to come in and just.
So what is it, half a day or the whole day?
It'd be like 2 hours.
And would Tim go?
Tim would go with the sign truck. Yeah, it's a lot less, for the sign truck to go over there. I mean, rather than take the machine over.
You have any issue with that?
No,
I think that's a fine way to use,
Good PR.
keep the community relations.
Okay.
It's fine with me.
All righty. So, okay, 760 East, the chip and seal upgrade that they was wanting for several years now, but they cannot get one individual to sign the right-of-way on County Road 760 East to get the road upgraded to chip and seal. We do have 2 other roads in the county that have the same problem. The reason we want it right-of-way is so the public don't park cars, build buildings, fences, mailboxes, or plant corn right on the edge of the road for maintenance and safety reasons. If we upgrade 760 East without the right-of-way, we feel like we will have to do the same for everyone else that wants their road upgraded. 760 East was chip and sealed on the north end, approximately a half a mile, in 1992, but that was paid for by Denu Farms. 425 North in Boone Township was upgraded to chip seal last year, and that was paid 100% by an individual on that road, and they got right of way by every individual on the road. So that's, we need the right of way for, I got a couple pictures here. This is one of the roads we chip and sealed years ago. And they park their cars right on the edge. We have no right of way. And it's just dangerous to the public, very dangerous. So
What's the deal with this?
That's,
There's no front end, is that right?
that's a Jeep body, I guess, and it's just, so, that's what we get when we don't have right of way. I had went up and asked this individual, and hey, can you move them? That's just a little, have a little safety there. There's a hill right before that. They end up meeting 2 cars there. It's just a safety hazard.
Just moving a foot more, 2 feet more.
Yeah,
would be
But he said people should slow down. Well, I agree with that, but so that's why we want right of ways.
Okay, so we're gonna stick with, because we did address this property, I don't know if you remember, I didn't remember fully, but we talked about this, in February or something of this year. Somebody made this request, and they're like, why are we getting held up because one guy won't help us? And we looked into it, I think this is when Steve Brent was, maybe you were here already. It was a transition time, we said the same thing, we need the right of way, we're not gonna do it. So they revisited it. I got a letter in the mail, and I asked them to look at it again.
I know that a letter said, one of the guys that travels that road, he's got a 10-foot brush hog. Well, yes, he's got a 10-foot brush hog on back of his tractor, but a tractor can get off the road a little further when he meets cars. And, so that's not a big deal. And then plus, it's a rock road. Where you turn to a chip and seal, they're gonna be traveling a lot faster. And, will you have time to get off the road if it's only a 16-foot road? So it's nice to have a 20-foot road on chip and seal.
And I appreciate you looking into it and giving us some detail about what other people have done, because we do want to treat people fairly. We don't want people to be held up, but we've got to have some standards.
Right. I mean, and the thing is, I don't know why this gentleman don't want to sign. I mean, just don't want to give up any of their land, and they're not really giving up any. Yes, we have to widen it just a little bit, but normally, I mean, it depends what kind of banks they have and everything else. We may have to cut the banks back, but they don't lose much. But
You gain more than you lose by having a nicer road
yes, and
having happier neighbors. That doesn't hurt either.
yeah.
Okay, so no, I appreciate it. I'll reach back out to them and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, all righty. Holland dumpster site. They sold it out from underneath it, so we're in the process of trying to find land. According to the contract, we have 6 months for relocation. And we just got done chip and sealing it last year. But now and I think
The new owner not interested in.
no, Mortimer's not interested in selling it. I think he has other plans. I had talked to him. He said something about a cell tower there, and I thought there's no room for a cell tower, but I got to looking at others where cell towers are, and it don't take much room. So I'd say he has, he already talked to somebody probably, so.
What street is it on?
I
I just want to see.
don't even know what street that is on.
Well, who was the owner?
I'm not for sure.
That's fine. That's kind of want to see that.
It's right there by the school, right behind the school, I guess.
Okay.
So, I don't know where we're gonna go. It'd be nice to have a Holland dump site. People need to take the trash somewhere, like I told Levi and them,
Is it
if we
Hunter?
just have it in Huntingburg, people go halfway to Huntingburg and say, nah, heck with this, I don't wanna go over to Huntingburg and just pull off on a county road somewhere and dump it, it'd just be nice to have a trash site down there, but we're gonna, hopefully we'll find some land and,
Hunter, does that sound like the owner's last name?
yes, it is Hunter, yes.
Okay.
And,
That's not what we do, but I
Colette
guess.
or something had bought it, I think he's in real estate. And,
Too nice if the owners would have given us an option.
Huh?
If the previous owners would have let us know, we could have.
well, apparently Steve had talked to them before about buying it. So they knew we wanted to buy it.
So, that happens. So, so you guys are just gonna start kind of putting your eyes out for it, or do you need us to help you do that, or what are you thinking?
Yes, if you know somebody, I went down and talked to Blesh. I seen Blesh had some land that come all the way up to Main Street, I think it was. But I got down there and looked at it, and there's no way. I mean, it's a hill. There's no way we could use that. And then he gave me somebody else's that they was gonna put a dollar store over there. But then they ended up backing out for some reason. It was right there by the liquor store. But I contacted him and he said, well, actually, they already contacted the fire department and they may do something with it. So there was 2 options going right off the bat. So, and I told the owners at Blesh, I said, hey, if you happen to know of anybody, keep your eyes open, let me know. So we'll see what we can find, but
That sounds fun. So, the tough thing about buying something is, Mr. Sharon, do you remember, we have to probably get 2 appraisals and.
There's a minimum threshold that you have to meet. That, on the Du Bois side, we were below that, if I recall.
I was thinking it was only 20 grand or something.
And they may have increased that.
Yeah, so-
recently.
Anyway, we'll just have to look into that.
And so if we find something, get a couple of appraisals and,
Well, how about you send us whatever the rules are, send to the commissioners and to the highway department, we'll figure out what.
And the council will develop a resolution to, a desire to acquire land.
If we lease it, we can just say, yeah, well, let's do it, we go with it as long as they give us money for the budget, but if we purchase it, it's a bigger deal. If we buy or sell county assets like that.
okay. Alrighty. Okay, dumpster site sub, we had a full-time site attendant that quit, so one of the subs took his position. And then Larry Betts, he was driving trash truck for a while. So he had stepped down from driving trash truck, and now he is going to be a sub. So we got rid of a full-time position, I think he was at Huntingburg, I believe. So a sub stepped up to take his place, it wasn't full-time, but. And then, so we needed to add sub, so Larry Betts had wanted it, so we just added him to the sub list, so. So, and then, as you can tell, it's been very hot the last couple of weeks. There was a few guys asking me if they can wear shorts. According to the handbook, it says no. I told them, I said, I can ask. I can ask and see what you guys think. Me personally, I wouldn't want them to wear it all the time, shorts. Absolutely not, but say if it gets over a certain temperature maybe. But I don't know, I just wanted to bring it up to you guys and see what you thought.
I wonder if the rationale is that it's for a safety issue when you're mowing or you're doing whatever to keep shrapnel or whatever from getting on your legs. I don't know if it's a safety issue or if it's just a professionalism or look issue. I don't know.
Right, yeah, I didn't know either. It was in the handbook, I assume Steve had put it in.
We could check with Bidco as well.
Always gotta check with OSHA too, see if that's a requirement by chance, depending on the line of work you fall in. We gotta adhere to those requirements.
I don't know. I mean, I know it was too hot for me to be outside a few days. It was pretty terrible.
Yeah, it was,
But I don't want to do anything that'll get us in trouble. So if you want to look at it a little more in detail, Commissioner Hoster, would you be wholly opposed to them wearing shorts? Or
No,
I mean,
I think everything else lines up to where it's okay.
as long as still with their high-vis shirts.
You probably want to set some kind of parameter as far as, the temperature has to average. I don't think necessarily have to do it every day.
Yes.
People have to get up in the morning and say, what's the temperature supposed to be today? To make that determination, but
how about this? Can you check with insurance and see if there's an issue there? And you can check with OSHA. Just let us know. The way I would like to do it, if it's okay with the two of those, is just leave it up to you. On Monday, you look at it, or Sunday night, and say, gentlemen, this week it's gonna be it's scheduled to be above 90 degrees actual, or above whatever, some amount, find some threshold, and then leave it up to your discretion, because I think you're gonna be reasonable about it.
And you would definitely need a threshold. I mean, God, there's people that wear shorts
What is
all year long, No, I don't want that.
So do the pants that they wear on a daily basis, are they part of the uniform that we pay for?
Yes.
So that's gonna be their own thing.
This would be on their own, it'd be their own shorts, or they have to wash their own, that's just on their own. We do the pants and shirt.
probably have to have some kind of specification type of shorts too. Not that they show up in athletic shorts,
Right. Yeah.
They do.
that would be even more.
They do work. We gotta be careful. I would say you those two check, the auditor and the engineer and yourself, and then just email us what you're, come up with like 3 parameters. This temperature, this is what the shorts have to be like. And I think we'd be okay with that, right? So you have the consensus to move forward after we check through those things.
Okay.
And we'll give you final approval by email.
Okay, and then also, what about Gatorade? Does anybody buy any Gatorade, or, I guess most people are in air conditioner, but like out there in Chippensville crew, the bridge crew, you know, when they're out in that sun all day long. I mean, can we go out and buy some powder Gatorade and mix it up in a container for them to drink, or some type of electrolyte? I don't know, would that, could that come out of a safety fund, or, you know, I'd much rather buy them some than have a heat stroke. You know,
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. And just, my question would be where that money comes from. If that could come from a safety line item. Or,
You guys approved it.
yeah.
I mean, right now, do they have like one of those Gatorade containers with just water? Is that what you're doing now?
the bridge crew has some of their trucks,
Are those county owned?
have their own, just on the truck, mounted to the truck. But then, like, as far as ship and seal, Teresa actually brought a 3-gallon one in the other day, just to put water in, but put it in one of the guys' trucks without just water, so.
They have an ice maker out there, so you can put ice in.
Yeah, we got an ice maker.
Yeah, I think it's the question is just the Gatorade. I don't see any issue with that.
You know, and not the bottles, you just, if we can just
Right.
get some, the powder and mix it up and,
I wouldn't deny that claim.
Yeah, I mean,
You would for your department. If another department would want it, we'd have to have it.
so that would have to come out of like the safety line.
That'd be fine. I wouldn't have, I don't think I'd take it from there.
no, I think that'd be fine.
Again, it's only gonna be 3 months a year probably, and
Yeah, or,
whatever, some of that.
and not every day either, you know, just, so, okay,
If they get used to it, they can pay for it the other 8 months a year or whatever.
yeah, right. Alrighty, Hill Park Drive, you had got emails the
Yes.
last time from an individual. I guess water is coming down one person's driveway and washing out onto the road and then going back into another gentleman's driveway.
Yes, I think you sent us some pictures there, or you had stopped by, I think, immediately after that.
Yeah.
And we'll go back.
And then, so these are the pictures of, okay, it's coming down his driveway and it's washing out on the road a little bit. And then it came down onto this other guy's driveway. Not much there, but he's pretty particular and,
We even stop that from happening. I mean,
well,
it's construction based.
yes, it's a construction, yes, it's supposed to have a little swale down here at the end of the road, where if it gets into there, comes down the driveway and get in that little swale and then stay in the ditch, what it's supposed to do. But for right now, it's just straight up. You can tell on this road, this here, it just goes straight down to the road. And he's supposed to have a little swale there, but it's under construction right now. So I really don't want him to cut that swale in there, because if he does, there's gonna be trailers coming in, concrete trucks, everything else. I'm afraid they're gonna drag up on the blacktop and do more harm than good. So he is planning on concreting the driveway. We're just,
Is it gonna be concrete this summer? I mean, is it gonna be done by
well,
September?
he said something about just going ahead and concrete the last 10 feet for now, and then tear it up again and just redo it down the road if he has to. Because he knows the big concrete trucks and everything else is gonna tear it up.
Can you just do the thing that they do at other construction sites, and you put
Silt fences there,
silt fence, and you put a
Yes.
couple stakes in?
and I talked to him back in March, and he put up those silt fences. But still, that doesn't hold it from the driveway. I mean, the silt fences are like over here, about by the gray truck.
So it'll still come,
So
whatever,
they still go down
around
the road a little bit. But yesterday, I got a phone call yesterday, and whatever, that's where these pictures came from, was yesterday. Up here, there's 2 driveways. There's a driveway coming out onto another driveway, and then the driveway going down the hill. So there's a driveway like up here. So this guy here, his pipe was clogged a little bit. So that's where it was coming at, and it was going out onto the road, which is right here. It was just coming out onto the road here. So if his pipe wouldn't have clogged up, it wouldn't have been near as bad. So I went over and talked to the neighbor, I tried to, and he never answered.
Big complaining neighbor?
Yeah, they were complaining neighbor, he never answered. Went on both doors and the other neighbor said he's definitely home because he just got there. But anyway, so I guess he didn't want to talk to me, so I'll try to give him a call this afternoon and explain to him that where the actual water was coming from this time, but usually he had like 1.5 inches of rain in 20 minutes.
I think when you get done with training that fast, you just, I mean,
What are you supposed to do? But he is planning on building our concrete in his driveway, at least down below, down here.
and I wouldn't necessarily require it, but if he did his first 10 feet and just poured it a little thicker to account for the concrete trucks and whatnot, it'd still be cheaper than tearing it back out and redoing it.
Yeah. So,
But I don't see anything else that's gonna prevent that from happening, you know?
yeah,
Well, then part of you would think, you just go over and sweep it up.
well,
But you don't wanna get on somebody else's property, so not
I
actually.
did talk to the other neighbor and he did go over and sweep it up last week, when he got someone. So he's trying to work with
Trying to be a good neighbor.
It's just not working out that way.
So are you happy with just continuing to work on it informally?
I think so.
Can I say that?
I'll give him a call again.
They complain again.
Yeah, cause other than that, I mean, we went through with the road grader and kind of cut the edge of the road off, so it fell off the road.
Yeah, that's
That
what
might help.
that's what we're planning on doing too, cut it a little bit and then so it gets off the road.
Because I think it was
Before
on
his
the road, it's following that chip seal down, it's,
Yeah.
you know, not much resistance there.
Right.
So the issue, I think, from this complaint, or the alleged violation says uncontrolled water runoff from gravel road ongoing since 2021. So it's not like a construction project should take no longer than a year in most
Right.
cases. So if this has really been going on since that amount of time, I can see the frustration. If you gave him a year, you gave him another year, and it's not getting done.
Mhm.
So it's not just necessarily a case of somebody being petty or somebody saying, being unreasonable. I'd be annoyed too if my neighbor did some violation over a year period.
I think the lot was divided in half and then the one ended up building a garage two years ago or so and had a driveway going down. And then now the other guy is building a house up on top of the hill.
So Commissioner, they do have there's that silk fence there. It looks like they're trying to do some, but I guess it goes
Yeah,
without.
short of putting it partially into the road, I don't know what's gonna keep it from running down the road.
Right. And this is that huge rain, right?
Yes.
But did you say you have yeah, there it looks pretty good. There's quite a bit of runoff there. Is there something under construction currently or is it just a rock road?
Yes, and they're building a house.
Yeah, it doesn't have very far to go.
They just set trusses last week.
Okay.
Or part of the trusses, when they completed all the trusses in it yet, yeah.
No, I'm happy with you continuing to work with it informally. We don't, the idea is we wanted to get fixed. And not come down heavy on somebody that, it's not risking someone's health. And it's not really, I wouldn't say it's a health or safety issue necessarily, it's just a inconvenience, bad neighbor situation probably.
Well, he's pretty particular, and I know, a couple of years ago, according to another neighbor, there was rocks on the road from up above. He went down through there with this little grater blade just to be nice and got the rocks off the road, just grated them on the shoulder. Well, apparently this same gentleman didn't like them there, so he shoved them back onto the road. It's like, so I guess, it sounds like a neighborhood quarrel over there, and, so. I'll try to work with him as much as I can, and hopefully it'll be okay.
Do your best.
Thank you. Engineer, if you could wait, it's 8:30, we're gonna move on to our next part here. We'll come back to you. This is the last day of building, we. So this isn't a trash board, so we don't have to, on the meeting. Okay, so then, I'll just get it started on a basic level, and Mr. Schneider kind of gave us an update from his point of view. We had a dilapidated building issue we discussed last month for the Slotin property in DuBois. The order at that time, I believe, was to have, Mr. Slotin was required to have the building torn down by July 2nd. He had made a promise to get someone under contract, he said, and that they were coming in that following Friday, or that Friday of the same week. The property's been reviewed again since then, and the structure has not been removed. There's a dumpster on the site and maybe a couple bricks. It was hard to tell. I mean, I guess I could compare photographs, but it's still in pretty bad shape. So that being said, I guess it's time. Mr. Sloat isn't here in person. He was mailed notice. He was given notice in person and mailed notice at 3 different locations. So we
So, yeah, I had prepared a notice and order for him, setting forth what had happened thus far. My understanding from the past hearings with him, on May 5th, 2025, he was ordered to proceed with contract for removal with the beginning date of May 25 and completion date of June 15th. But at that time, there was a proposed fine that was discussed, but it was stayed pending further review and subsequent hearings. Status hearing held on June 16th. The board issued a fine in the amount of $500 to be paid in full within 30 days of the June 16th hearing date. I believe, though it is not due yet, that is not yet been paid. And then the board provided up to and including July 2nd to bring the property in compliance with the county's municipal code, to include but not limited to the following remedial actions, which was the demolition and removal of the dilapidated portions of the building located at the address in question. We had set the matter for today at July 7th at 8:30. And the board's tasks today are to determine whether or not he's in compliance with the municipal code, if he's remedied the problems and situations. If not, the board may authorize the demolition or removal of the structure as previously ordered. That can be performed either by the county's own workers and staff and equipment, or by contractor hire, which we have to see quotes or bids for that depending on the cost. And then we understand that any costs incurred by the county can be invoiced to the owner. Depending on that invoice, to be due within 30 days of the invoice. Failure to do so can result in becoming a lien and assessments on property taxes for that real estate. I attempted to mail these out. I mailed them out to 2 separate addresses in DuBois. Both got returned. Was provided a different address in French Lick, and that went out last week, I believe on July 1st.
And additionally, we did tell him in person.
Correct, and he was here at the hearing whenever that date and time was discussed, and he is not here.
Okay. Do you folks have any comments? We have the health department representatives here.
So he did text me and say that he is currently looking for a new excavator for the project, and that should be done within the week, and that he should have the project finished within the week, and that he can send me pictures of progress throughout the week. But I went out to the location yesterday, nothing's been done.
Again, by looking at it, just going from memory, some more of it may have fallen in,
Yeah, it
but it doesn't
does.
look like, I mean, there is a dumpster there.
There's a dumpster and a couple of orange.
That dumpster's been there probably 2 weeks, week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. But I don't think anything's been taken.
Okay, so the board can take action. I think we are tired of, we've given chances and then an additional final chance here.
Two options or 3 options even. Obviously, if he wants to do his best to bring the property into compliance, my experience with the county, that's the route that the county prefer to go, but it's taken too much time to get that accomplished. The county can see if the highway department has the time or means to look at the project and see if that's something that we can do with our own workforce. And I think also we could have the health department. I can't recall if you had talked to contractors in the past or not about getting a quote, seeking quotes to get the property remedied. Is that something you've done before, or had you provided those names to him?
We've provided him some names and gave him some suggestions. We've also provided him with two people that are willing to purchase the property, but
Right.
he has gone none of those routes. He found his own contractor, which apparently didn't work out for him. And if you want us to, solicit bids, I think we're gonna need some direction from you, because we don't wanna play favoritism, because we work with some of the excavators for the, the septic portion, and I don't wanna, pick 2 or 3 of them off the list, and then the other ones are gonna be mad at us because, we didn't hit them, so I don't know what the best route to go about doing that is. Do we just advertise it and whoever?
I think we could do it by advertisement. It'd be a public works project, again, something we could do with our own workforce. Again, I'm not sure that that's your normal.
Well, Sean had brought that up to me here a couple weeks ago and asked. And then apparently this guy wants to keep part of his building.
Yeah, right.
So
Which makes it a little more difficult.
what if we get in there and, we normally don't rip down structures on a daily basis. So what if we get in there and actually hit one of his walls that he wants to keep or something like that? Are we responsible for that, or?
No, so I guess from my perspective, if it's not something that we can do with our own workforce, okay, and efficient and, risk averse manner, then it's not something that we can do. That's that. And then we seek those quotes or the bids. In order to do that in the best way, I feel like we need to have, we could bid it out by those dollar figures change, but, or we can seek the quotes. I kind of need to have an idea, I guess, of what a dollar figure might look like, and we can explore that and then seek those quotes. That's the direction the board wants to go. With the understanding, and I think we've done this on prior hearings before, that if he remedies it in the interim, then there's no need to award a quote to take care of that. It's cost savings to him and cost savings potential to the county. But if we've awarded a contract and we've canceled the contract, then I would ask the board, or have the health department ask the board, that whatever costs incurred by us would also be a lien or a fine to the property owner, to make sure that we're not out money as a result of this.
So what I've done, I've sent some recent photos, I know you guys may have them already, but I sent them to the highway department too, so you can just kind of see the different, or see what's going on with the property. There's a pretty clear line of where the new building is and the old building is, but we were discussing earlier, we don't know necessarily if they're just next to each other, like you would see in Evansville or a larger city where homes are just built right next to each other and there's really no space between them, or if it's actually been joined.
He told us if the bricks are not joined together, they're just laid right up against the other building. But like I told Donnie, I don't know if we want to try to assume the liability of them. If it was a total demo, I don't think it would be a big deal. But if he makes one of his excavators make one wrong move and, knock a brick or knock a wall down that he wants to keep, then I don't know who would be liable for that.
I might be what he's waiting for. Never know. I
Maybe waiting
talked
for
to
what?
Brad, their neighbor, Brad Twisky, last night. And he said, make the wrong move. It's the same subject I brought up. Make the wrong move, end up knocking a brick or two off the part that he wants to say. And he said, he's slow. It might be what he's waiting for, he said.
I think just from hearing what we're hearing here today, I'm risk averse. I don't want to put the rest of the county taxpayers on the hook for this, because this guy didn't manage his building properly after been given years of chances. So why take the chance, right? Why put one of your guys take your people away from doing the work that they're hired to do for the whole community to take care of one person's property? I'd be more in favor of this week, we develop a bid, put it out there, or what the request is. And I think What do you think as far as the scope of the work? I say the scope of the work is to knock it over and leave it, let it sit, or do we want to knock it over and have it cleaned up? And part of me says just knock it over and keep it in the pit, and it's his problem to remove. Then the other part of me says if we remove it, then we've got a hole. So that's
I think we do the entire job.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise you're just gonna have a rodent.
knock it over, fill the pit, cover it with topsoil, straw and seed it, and call it a day. Like,
I mean, you could remove the insides and then push the clean bricks into the hole, so you don't have to bring as much dirt in, use it as, clean fill. But if you knock that in and plug it in and just leave it on a rubble pile, that's gonna sit forever, and then we're still gonna get complaints on it.
No, that sounds fine. I'm just trying to work through
Yeah.
what scope, because if we're gonna put it out and ask a contractor to do it, we have to have a pretty decent idea of what we're gonna ask them to do, so that we get equal bids from equal people. They understand what's expected. So if we say pushing it over, that's gonna be a different price than if it's push it over, scoop it up, remove it from the site. And what about, is there gonna be a problem with any personal property that he has in there? Mr. Schneider, I mean, it's kind of the things that are inside are being covered up by brick.
Right.
But I think Mr. Sloat said at the last meeting, there's some things he wanted to get out of there, but I don't know how you could safely get anything out of that building.
You're not knowing what the risk is to go in and out of it, sort of give him basically a date that here's our notice that we're gonna proceed on such and such date. Whatever that may be, and you have up to and including the day before to remove any items from that or secure them elsewhere, because we're proceeding with the demolition on whatever date that ends up being. We can work on putting together a quote or a bid, depending on what the anticipated cost is, presuming it's going to be a quote. I can work with the health department and county engineer, Mr. Engineer,
I was waiting for it.
but it's good. You're prepared, that's good, to see what the scope of that quote would look like, and then we can work on embodying those, and figure out the timeline on that, if that's at our next hearing, if we can get it done in that timeframe. And then the interim would be remedies the problem on it, then wonderful. Or if it at least knocks it in, and that would change the scope of the work that we have to put out.
Do you have a thought, Commissioner Officer?
yeah, I think we're to the point where we follow through and knock it down. Like I said, fill the hole, cover it with topsoil, seed it in. And I think the only thing we'd leave him to take care of would be closing up the backside of what's left of the remaining building. If there's any doors or windows that go through, that would be on him to,
And is that the case? Is there a door between the two buildings, or do you have to go in them separately? There is.
allow him to come board that up. And if he's got a date to remove this stuff, he can do it. But I mean, if I were him, I don't know that I want to go in there. I don't think it's safe to go in and try to remove anything.
Yeah, we've been in the main building, there's, I can't remember, it's a double door, or it's just a single door that goes from the main building to the dilapidated portion. But right now, you can't walk in there, it's floors, and so you run out, you would fall to the basement. And that's where most of his stuff is down on the main floor, that you would want to get out, but the roof and trusses and everything are caved in on it. So I don't see how there's anything salvageable in there.
It's 8:45, so we have a public hearing that's starting at 8:45, so we're gonna finish this issue. Do we, I think we have an idea of what direction we want people to go, but do we want to give him an additional fine as of today?
I think at this point, since he's already had an additional couple of weeks to get this done, I think we should do the maximum fine plus any incurred costs.
So I would say the incurred costs so far were $500 is what we estimated previously. That's already been ordered. So at this time, we could probably do up to $1,000.
Fine, not to exceed $1,000, correct?
So I would recommend $1,000.
Just trying to give it some thought here before I agree or not agree with you.
Apparently there's bricks falling off the new part too, right?
We're not aware of
That's what
that.
somebody had said last night. I don't know if that's true or not. I didn't look at it that close.
I didn't notice any.
I didn't notice any, I was there yesterday.
Unless somebody vandalized it, because
Yeah.
I know that, I think it was Cerise that said something about putting a better for sale sign on there, but he didn't spray paint it out there, somebody else did.
And he said he was gonna paint over that, and he hadn't done that either. Because of the lack of action on this, and it's been an issue for a long time, it's not that we said do it, and it's been raining for 2 weeks, and you didn't get it done. This has been years of, something like this doesn't happen overnight. I'll agree with Commissioner Hofstadter that we'll go the maximum amount of the fine, just maybe, yeah, I think that's probably the right thing to do, plus the $500 of cost so far. And then I guess we still leave it open that if there's additional costs incurred by the county, then we'll do those as well, and we can consider those in the future. So, all right, let's just try to put this into a form of a motion and of action here. I'll move that we fine Mr. Slogan, the $1,000 for his violation of the dilapidated building and local ordinance,
Which will be due within 30 days of today's date.
correct, within 30 days. So that will be on a different timeline than the first 500 he owes us, but I think that's manageable for that. And that the health department, county highway department, and the county attorney will work together to devise a scope of work and a bid plan to go out to the public quote or public bid as legally necessary to accomplish this work.
So this is in addition to the previous 500, which was due.
Will be due here in 10 days-ish.
So that's my motion, that they get that work done and would present that to us, I guess, in the next, or next
The
meeting.
next meeting.
I'll second your motion.
On for costs, right?
Correct.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. That motion carries. So I'd like to, as far as that, Auditor, I would like to say that the first one is basically a repayment for costs incurred, and the $1,000 is a fine. That's how I would
I
look at it.
thought we had put it in an unsafe building fund, that's why we had to create. That's why I had council create
Create
that
that
fund.
fund.
Okay, so it is not, 8:45, so we have the Hoosier Enduring Legacy Program Owner Occupied Rehabilitation Public Hearing is open. Ms. Mata?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Just a move.
This is where the attorney historically has sat, next to the commissioners.
I have a nameplate for him, I just didn't stick it out there.
And then over COVID, we kind of kept our
Exiled
space,
him over there.
and we brought him back today. Kind of nice having him up here.
Well, fantastic. Well, good morning, Jenny Mott, Native 15 Regional Planning Commission. Just a quick overview. We are here today to do some changes to the Hoosier Enduring Legacy Program Owner Occupied Rehab. Initially, the commissioners had set a $15,000 limit per home. After some talks with Okra, and we're getting into the latter half of this program, we need to have the funds expended by the end of this year. We found out that we can up the amount per home to $20,000, or whatever the county decides, but we have decided to set it at $20,000. Have lots of discussions with commissioners, with the city of Jasper. City does send their support over. Kirsten is on a call right now, so she cannot be here to give her support in person, but has expressed her support, and Mayor has all support as well. So we're opening this up just to take any comments that folks might have to this amendment to the program.
Okay, does anyone in the public want to make a comment on the health owner occupied rehabilitation? Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment section. Commissioner Hofstadter, I think what we found, and you probably are aware of this, is that we're getting some people that we get a bid at $16,400, and the person can't put in the $1,500 on their own if they even had it, so they're just out, right? So a person with a big need, even though they're off by 10%, they are not able to get their things done. So I think what we discussed and what Chris Mice said is this would be a way to maybe help some of those folks and to help us expend the money. as we need to do. So do you have an issue with that?
I do not.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to do? We will vote on it, but is there anything else we need?
There will be a
Public
letter
hearing.
that I need to draft to just a memo to Greg that we are amending this.
Okay.
I will send that over to you this morning.
So just for it's on the record, I'll make a motion that we increase the total allowable amount per home to $20,000 from $15,000 for this program.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And we can close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then at 9 o'clock, so at 8 minutes, we'll give it a little more time in case something comes in. We'll have bid openings for some of the work. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
now you can go back to your discussion.
Okay, I have a miscellaneous item here. I got several of these in the mail. They were mailed to the commissioners. It was from an organization called the envelope says 2-8. I'm not sure what that means necessarily, but there is from the Division of Mental Health and Addiction, there is an event coming up. They're calling it the 2025 Tour, Summer of Recovery, and in 5 communities around the state, they are having an event where there's going to be music and some resources available. And one of those is coming up in Jasper on July 12th. So it's, you can find more information at summerofrecovery.com. So this is going to be held here in Jasper. If you want to put one up at your work, I don't think you're welcome to. So, Sandy, if you want to put them up on a billboard or not, that's fine too. But it's going to be held at the Riverwalk. It's a free event. There's going to be live entertainment, speakers, family activities, local recovery resources will be available. So if people want to volunteer or participate, that's coming up. Again, people that have substance use disorders of any kind, we want to celebrate the people that are recovering and help those that have not yet found their way to that. And this is just a public event for that, so I want to get that out there. Let's talk about the WTH limited use agreement. So do I believe Lockmuller, is that correct, is requested again to use the GIS information, and when we do that, we have to sign an agreement. So it's a limited use agreement by their engineering firm, and they will use the various layers of parcel, county bridge inventory. And we gave this to them a year ago, but they're requesting the layers again so that they can have the most current information. The Lockmuller Group will be restricted to use the requested GIS layer for this project only. Commissioner Hofstadter, do you have a problem with allowing this?
No issue.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the GIS limited use agreement.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. We just have one section there. Morton, we have the note for the form from the museum. Thank you. That. Okay, so Commissioner Hofstadter, since our last meeting, I think we were trying to find a way to find a good use for our weather vane. We had the eagle that was above the courthouse for a number of years. I'm gonna guess 60. Let's go with 60. I don't know how long it is. I looked again at, old photos of when it was built and over the years, and most of them, you can see the lightning rod maybe, or wherever it would sit, and then it kind of cuts it right off. I haven't been able to see how old it is, but long story short, I reached out to the DuBois County Museum. I've received a response from Jeff Schmidt, who is the collections group chairman. They decided that the weather vane is something that they would like to have in the museum since it came off of the courthouse. The collection group meets formally on Tuesdays, and they gave me some information, and what they would like for us to do is complete the gift donation form and bring it in sometime with the item. And I would be in favor of doing that, but I wanted to bring it up for discussion today.
I would agree, I think that's fine use of it.
Okay, so how about this? I'll fill out this form and I'll find a time to take it in. That work for you?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll move that we declare the weather vane a surplus item to be donated to the DuBois County Museum.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Auditor Moore, we have that small list of surplus items. Did you print one?
Don't, I think they're not,
That's
it's
okay.
over there.
I was gonna say I can bring it up again. There was. Wait, let's do it.
I don't think they're there, I think it's one. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Okay, Commissioner Hofstadter, we have a printer, a laptop from probation, some 7 HP Pro desktops from the assessor's office, and a Dell Latitude 7480 laptop with docking station. These are items that have been taken out of service and are no longer needed. Auditor Moore, is that dock station, is that, I mean,
It is an old one that only goes with that old laptop and it won't work with anybody else's.
and in every one of these cases, you look at them to see if you think anybody else would need it, so it's not like I'm doing anything that
No.
you would have already done. So I'm in favor of, I'll move that we declare these items surplus to be disposed of.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And you need to call over to see if there's any other bids that came in. It's 9:00.
I stopped down there.
I was gonna say, they brought those other ones
Lynn
over.
said she brought everything over. They were doing 8:30.
Just to make sure. Any more bids? All right, thank you.
Okay, it being 9:00, we have owner occupied rehabilitation bid openings.
It's my last trouble, you know. Please,
Yes, sir.
I'm here now, not on my island. Okay.
Is this for roofing again?
What?
Is this for roofing again or?
It's for
Everything.
everything.
We have a number of bids from Honeybird Mechanical.
Mr. Sheriff, would you give me one?
Yes. no
Thank you,
problem.
sir. Right. All my cards fell out. All right,
We have a bid from Honeybird Mechanical.
That is your bid sheet from last week.
right there in front of you.
Oh, I missed it.
Sorry. I'll put it directly.
I had my
Next
head down
time.
when you did it.
So this looks like the first one is from 1705 Main Street.
1705 Main Street, Vernon, bid in the amount of $17,500. This is Huntingburg Mechanical. I guess it was for
Electrical work.
electrical work.
They also have done some water meters. That one was electrical.
So since the last meeting, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do it, but maybe we'll wait a break. There was an article in the paper and there was some news put out. Have we
Yes.
found more people for ADA work? Have you had any people reach out to you?
We've had several reach out, hoping some of those bids are in this stack today.
Okay, so some of this is,
Yes, sir.
is part of that.
Yes.
Next, I get a bid from Gas or Electric for Huntingburg Mechanical, bid for a 37th Street Jasper address for electrical work in the amount of $16,500.
16,000.
$16,500.
So, and then I know I keep talking here.
Oh, you're fine.
So the historic bids that we received is, since we've approved going up to the $20,000, once you go through with the rest of that process, any of those, you plan to revisit as you will
Yes, sir.
if we would have taken these 2 months ago, they would have been thrown out,
Correct.
but they're, okay, thank you.
Next bid from Gas or Electric for a Vogel Avenue Huntingburg address. That bid for electrical work as well is in the amount of $15,750, 15750.
Page 2, fourth from the bottom,
How much?
750.
Forever finding.
I know these addresses by heart now.
And again, for the public, if they want to bid on any of these that haven't been bid on, we're happy to take those at any time. I mean, they contact you.
Yes, they contact me and I will gladly send out the bid specs and get some of these things taken care
So you can be found online.
Yes.
Indiana 15,
Indiana
Jenny
15,
Motto.
Yep.
Or you call one of the commissioners and we'll get you connected. Because we'd love to have every one of these taken care of. That was our plan.
of. Yes.
Next bid here is from Huntingburg Mechanical for a East 6th Street Jasper address. This is for HVAC work. The bid is in the amount of $10,650, 10650.
Page 1, halfway in the middle.
We have bids from T&T Roofing.
He didn't get his in.
He mailed it in last week, or brought it in last week.
I wasn't sure if he was going to get his in because he has been gone all weekend.
This is got an East Jasper Du Bois Road, Jasper, Indiana address. This is for roofing, a bid in the amount of $12,745, $12,745. There's also a roofing bid for a Beard Drive, Jasper, Indiana address. That is in the amount of $8,530, 8530. And that is it. That is all the bids that I have before me.
So we did not get any bids on ADA accessibility.
So again, for the public, if you're a contractor that does electrical panel work, I mean, so have some electricians looked at these properties and just said they don't want to do the work.
They don't want to do the work, they don't have time. I've had several that were very eager, that reached out and have not heard any more from them. I
Is
do
this the
know,
total of the jobs that we think we can get done within the money we have?
yes, Yes. Like with the ADA, I had several contractors reach out once the story came out in the Free Press and in the Herald after that one came out, and had several contractors reach out and they've all received the specs and things and
So when is the next time that people would be able to turn in bids that we will open and try to continue to get these done? What is the,
we could do it again in 2 weeks at your next meeting.
so really it's rolling?
It is rolling. It is a rolling thing, yeah.
I have one, I'm not sure I have in there.
We're also to the point where, I mean, if these are gonna go, we can reevaluate and start pulling in more homes, which is what I think we need to do. And I had reached out to Okra to see if, when we had the initial inspections on homes, we looked at all 5 areas that can be taken care of through the program. We can just say, okay, if you wanted a roof, we are just gonna look at your roof, have the inspector look at that, and then just bid the roof. Knowing that is something that we have received consistent bids on.
Whatever you can do to make it simpler and get more bids, we will support that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of a way to get this in front of more people so that it can, I would guess there's people, they just have to have the work done by, say, November.
Yes.
So if I was a contractor, I'd probably be looking for work, you would think, in October. And I hate to even put it this way, but there's so few bids, you can make your price.
You can make your bids, absolutely.
Right, or that is what I'd love for there to be 13 bids on each project so that we get the best deal and most people get it done. But in reality, things are going slow and people can.
You can bid it, yeah.
And now, I mean, if I was a contractor, maybe I would look at this and say, I know it's gonna be over 15,000, they wouldn't wanna bid it. That could be a thought too. But now that it's gonna raise up to 20,000, maybe that would open it up too. Because some of these are big jobs.
I was discouraged not to see any ADA bids because there are only a handful of those that we need accomplished, but to some folks, that is the biggest thing that their home needs.
Yeah.
And we had several contractors that expressed great interest in doing that.
And for that, even, what kind of work are we looking for? Some of these are ramps
Ramps,
and
ramps, and I believe one of them is handrails.
so it's, I won't go there, but this is stuff that I'd love to get done. And if, let me think, what else? I don't know, Commissioner Oster, do you have any thoughts of how we can get more people interested in doing the work?
No, I mean, beyond just more publicity, you know.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
Can I ask a question? Electricians were an issue too?
Yes.
Okay, we do have, at the city, we keep a list of gas contractors, which are typically electricians. And we have had several new, young guys that have gone out there and have applied for a gas license in the last couple of months. I can get you their names if that would help.
Okay, so we're gonna take these, bids under
Yes.
advisement right now. You'll
Yes.
review them and maybe come back if we have a break today yet. You can come back and tell us if they're acceptable or
Yes.
not, in your opinion. And can you tell us how much, if these, let's see, 26. So let's say there's $70,000 worth of bids here. If these were all accepted, how much money is left in the program?
I think we're at about 500,000.
Still $500,000 available.
Yes,
Wow, so that's a ton of money.
yes.
This is great. This would be a great thing for people. So
Yes.
we'll take it under advisement and hopefully you'll come back and let us know if they're acceptable. Thank you. So for the city of Jasper, we did approve moving it up to $20,000 per.
I apologize, I had a meeting at 8:30 and couldn't get over here in time, but I am here to say that the city isn't supportive.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Yes. Yeah, February of last year.
Anything about getting any further?
I don't know if you two can handle that for that.
Okay, you have or Morgan, you had something for discussion topics of pay schedule adjust for Juneteenth.
We noticed this Juneteenth, with the banks being closed on that day, and we submitted our payment. Next year, Juneteenth is on Friday, which is a payday, and so we'll have to make that either Thursday or, because the payday, we can't get it, the bank won't be open to have people get paid.
Right.
So we'd like to schedule, we'd like to change that to the 18th instead of the 19th.
I'll make a motion that we approve changing the pay for this one pay period
Change that
from
to the pay period.
June 18th to June 18th.
Because it was the 19th, and now it is the 18th.
We'll change it from the,
Move it one day forward.
Because the banks are closed, you can't get the money out.
I'll make a motion we do that.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried.
And this year we got it there, but it's late in the day and people are not happy.
You need a break before we get into the next thing? Alderman Moore, is there anything we need to do budget related at this meeting?
I just need to know what those numbers are that you guys have for those budgets. On yours. I didn't write any of those. I have the ones for the different departments, I just don't have everything for your department, what you guys decided.
Okay, it's 9:15. We have a unsafe building update. This is the O'Connell property. At the previous meeting, we had a number of items that we discussed. And I'll just give a brief review of what those were. So these are the following options that were given in order to be in compliance, that the vehicles that were on the property needed to either be registered or they needed to be removed and provide registry or and provide receipts of salvage from salvage yard, or if they were sold. The building needed to be brought into a safe condition by either remodeling or demolishing it. The junk and debris on the property needs to be removed, and the grass needs to be maintained. Motion was made by this board to have the vehicles registered or removed, remove the junk and debris, and the building brought into compliance. We asked that the owner submit a plan of action at the next commissioners meeting. That was to be held today, July 7th at 9:15, and that motion was carried unanimously. So that is what we're going to be talking about today. And I believe we have the homeowner here, and that person, if you please would come up and state your name and give us an update on where you are, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Gina. And I paid somebody to mow the grass because I can't get my lawnmower moving. I got rid of all the scrap metal that was on the property. I had somebody come and take it away. I had 3 vehicles that were also scrapped, but they just came to Illinois. And the rest of the vehicles run. As I think I previously told you, one of them is my dead son's, and I'm still working on getting that back into my name. As far as the building demo goes, I have called a lot of people.
As far as what was that part, I'm sorry?
The building demo,
Uh-huh.
I called a lot of people, and I had gotten one quote from, can't remember his name. I think it's what was his name? I have one written estimate, and it was for 38.5.
38,500?
Yes. And then I called many other people. There was somebody that was supposed to come out last week and give me another written quote. I do not have that yet. There's somebody coming out on Wednesday this week.
So what I'm doing now is I'm just looking at, I drove by the property last night. The yard, as you mentioned, is mowed. The building is not yet secured, and from the angle that I'm saying, I don't know, maybe still 8, does it sound reasonable to say that there's probably 8 different vehicles on the property still?
No.
Not that many?
No.
I'm saying a couple trucks. There was one truck that didn't have a front end.
That's my husband, I'm sorry, my husband's deceased. That's my son's project vehicle. He put the engine in it. He's working on it.
Do you have receipts or anything showing where those 3 vehicles that you took away, where those went?
I just had somebody come and scrap them. They just took them for salvage. I didn't get a receipt because I didn't get any money from them.
And this is just a private individual,
Correct.
not a business necessarily. Pardon me?
So now they could be sitting somewhere else.
Could be.
They're in a scrapyard, I presume.
Yeah, so the order was that if things were to be removed, you were to give us a bill of sale or a receipt from where they went. Because what we don't want to happen is from a scrap piece of metal going from your property going to another person's property and it being a problem. So,
Right, but there was no bill of sale because I didn't get any money. And I'm not sure where this person took them. They said they were taking them to a scrapyard. So,
right, so if you have anything else taken off of the property, have something written up by that person stating and saying what they're doing with their information on it so that we would be able to track that. None of the vehicles had titles or anything?
oh, I have titles for everything. I didn't bring
So you gave them the titles too?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, so today the order was for you to submit a plan. And so so you're saying your plan is that you've taken one quote, you plan to get another quote this week. And so is your plan demolition?
Correct.
And if $38,500 is the best quote that you received, is that something that you can make happen?
Yes.
And would you
Except, I'm sorry, the reason I'm getting additional quotes is because when that person quoted me, they said they couldn't start until October.
Right, okay. I was just thinking, worst case scenario, if they said $38,500 is what it costs them to tear it down and get the property compliant, I just wanted to see if that was something that was palatable to you, that you would be willing to do that.
Absolutely, it's just a time frame that, you know, he
And
said.
that's preferable to you, to selling the property, you wanna keep the property?
That's correct.
Okay.
For now.
So the plan is, you've got a bid, you're gonna get another quote.
2 bids, correct, hopefully.
Yeah, so you'll at least have another one. So what would your request to us is to what? Wait till the next meeting, get your other quote in, you'll select one and you'll provide that to us?
Correct.
Commissioner Hauser, what are your thoughts?
I think that's acceptable. It is my preference that she's able to, you know, do this on her own. So, it sounds like you're making some progress. We appreciate that.
So, do you think it's reasonable to ask her to bring, proof of registration of all of the vehicles that are on the property? Or to have, because to have an open vehicle there that's under reconstruction, I guess, I don't know a better way to say it, that wouldn't be allowed unless you're a business, and even if it's a business, there's only a certain time frame of how long that can sit in your driveway.
And it should have a plate on it.
So I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand what we're gonna ask. So would it be proof of registration on every vehicle that's visible from the public?
Yes.
At the next meeting, have an accepted quote or an accepted offer from a contractor?
Yes. Also, a timeline. So if that contractor gives you, you know, this one said October, it'd be nice to know when the contractor says they're gonna do the work. And if that's written, that would be nice.
It was not written on the quote, the timeline, it was just verbal, but
Okay.
somewhere in my email, I have a
Okay.
copy of this quote.
So earlier you said it was written. Is it written or? is it
Yes, it's
verbal?
written. No, the verbal was the start date.
Okay, got it, okay. Proof of the registration, accepted bid at the timeline of demolition. Ms. O'Connell, if you don't mind, you can have a seat for a second.
Okay.
Health Department, would you like to make any comments today, or the solid waste? With a recommendation or your thoughts on the situation, we'd be happy to hear those.
So you guys are saying,
Please come on up.
John Warner, New County Health Department. So basically, I understand you guys are saying that you wanted her to have written quotes and license registration, proof of that the vehicles are operable by next meeting. Is that what you're wanting?
Well, per our ordinance, the vehicles that are sitting there, they have to be able to move by their own locomotion, and they have to be registered. So that is one thing that we would require, I believe, and then so I guess we don't have anything set yet. We're trying to determine what our ruling will be. Those are the first two things that we've discussed. Ensure that there's no more junk on the property, and that the vehicles are registered, and that we have by the next meeting, so in 2 weeks, we have a plan that is accepted from the homeowner to have the work done. I think that's about where we are now.
The only thing I would ask is to have the written contract brought in so we can see it.
Yes.
Just so we know that it's gonna go through, if that's the extension you want to give her.
And I think, Commissioner, I'd probably be in the same line that we were with the earlier situation, that if it's not done that day, we'll go ahead and tell Ms. O'Connell today that if it isn't, then the county will put together a public offering to have the work done and and bid on, and we will accept the bids and we will do the work ourselves. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to add to that?
Sounds reasonable. I don't know if you have anything on the solid waste portion of it.
Sorry, I'll go ahead and forward. Carlos Regal, Winter View, Boise County Solid Waste District. Just that, like, to just say things are leaving and we don't have any proof of where they went, that is one thing. So yes, the stuff needs to, per the property maintenance ordinance, which is separate from the unsafe building ordinance, we need to have, proof of registration. And then, if stuff is being gotten rid of, we need to see what's going on. And I mean, honestly, typically a salvage yard would come out and pick that kind of stuff up and pay for it. So I'm not really sure what's going on with somebody just taking it somewhere. We don't know where that is. So I just would advise you to just be very careful with that. Even photos showing them at the salvage yard after if she's not gonna be paid for them or something, saying who the person is that's taking them or something, that would be important, I would think, for you to wanna do.
Certainly, thank you.
So whose responsibility is to make sure that they move and operable? Is that solid waste, the vehicles?
I think, honestly, for me, if the vehicles, if she brings in the registration and it shows me that they're good, I'm not gonna worry about
Okay, so she has to have the title, registration, and plates?
the registration would probably show that they paid for the place.
Yeah, the
Right.
registration shows.
What wouldn't be acceptable, and which I think would be a solid waste violation, would be having the vehicle without the front end sitting there any longer. So that would have to either be, completed and look, and not look like junk. It would have to look like it's in order to be.
Last time we were there, most of them looked like they were
They're just pieces, there's none of them that
bits
are
and
complete.
pieces. I mean,
I believe, to her point, I do think a couple of those were gone as I was there, because I think it was a sedan of some sort, and it was up on a block, and one of the wheels was gone. I think that vehicle was gone. But I did look, and so I do think that there is some of those have been moved. So, I agree with you. So, okay, so Mr. Oscar, let's look at these again. So, proof of registration of vehicle. So, Ms. O'Connell, if you would bring copies of those. If you don't have a copy machine, you can bring the originals. We will make copies here. Accepted bid for the demolition, so she already has one written bid. She said she's going to potentially get another one this week. She has to look at those, find the best deal for herself that'll get her compliant, have one of those signed by next time we're here. Provide us with that timeline. And then I guess we can ask also that, ask her to write down the name of the items that were removed and the, who took them and where they were taken. Just have something written. Would that be reasonable?
That's acceptable, yes.
Okay. Ms. O'Connell, would you mind coming back up? So you just heard what I said to Commissioner Hofstadter. Do you think that those things are things that are reasonable and that you could have accomplished by the next meeting, which would be on, I believe, on the 21st, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be July 21st. July 21st.
Yes. So here are the items that I'll repeat them again if you want to write them down. Number one, bring proof of registration for any of the vehicles that are sitting on the property.
I read it.
Okay. That you will have an accepted bid to provide to the board from either the person that's given you the written bid already or any that you get between now and then. Just something that is acceptable to you, and then have them put a timeline on it. And if they do say it's going to be August or in the future, whatever it is, as long as it's if the bid looks like it's reasonable by a reasonable contractor, I think we will give you time to get that done. Yep, so bring us that written agreement with the timeline, and then you could just write down the name of the vehicles that were removed and who removed them and where they went. We appreciate for that for the next week. Is that all stuff that you think you can handle for next time?
The name of the person that removed it, I'm not sure about that. So again, it was just, somebody that came in. The vehicles, I don't know this person, so I just gave them the titles. they were willing to take them off the
So how did
property,
you
so
find, how did you
that
find
would
them?
be compliant.
So how did you find the person then?
It was just friend through a friend, and, yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that just sounds unusual to me, because I don't think I would give three titles and 3 vehicles to somebody that I didn't know who they were.
Right, but again, these were pretty much all my son's projects, and so they were just not getting completed. He had too many projects going, and he wanted the vehicles removed, so he dwindled down. He really wants the truck that he just put the engine into, and then the other ones weren't. So he downsized his projects.
Okay, so I would still like you to attempt to do that for us. If you could try to find out who that was, we'd like a written name of who it was, and their just something, would be contacted if we needed to. If it was 3 vehicles, you can write down the names of the vehicles that went with this person, and here's where he took them. Is there anything else, Commissioner Hofstadter, that we would ask?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion that these are the things that we just mentioned. Proof of registration of the vehicles, that you have an accepted bid with timeline for demolition, and that written contract is provided to us, and you provide us with a written name of the items already removed, and where they were taken and who it was. I move that those are the items we require in the safe harbor.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that motion carries. So we will see you within the next 2 weeks, or in 2 weeks at 8:30. Is that, would 8:30 be okay for
That's
whoever is project here? 8:30. And I'll tell you where I stand on it. I don't know where Commissioner Hofstadter stands on it. If you keep the momentum going, you get this cleaned up and done, I will be willing to be very reasonable on any fines or any of those kind of things. You know, we don't want to fine and punish people. That's not our job here. We just want the properties to be maintained and compliant. So please keep on that.
okay,
I much appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have, we're gonna open the public hearing. There is a ordinance that we will be discussing today regarding vacation of an alley in Cusco. This will be ordinance number 2025-06. Mr. Schneider, anything on that to start us off?
Start with Mr. Beaver, I think we have some maybe exhibits, a petition, and then proof of. Let's see what he's on the answer here.
Good morning, Phil Beaver with Brooks Land Surveying and Engineering here on behalf of Larry Sullivan. Larry is here in the back. I do have, I believe I took that to the auditor's office.
Do they have it over
I know she brought it up to you once, and then they said they didn't need it, and I told her to take it back up to them.
there? I wonder if she would have it.
I have a copy of the petition, I just don't have, not a signed copy. You have a signed copy of it. Yeah, there's that. And then I have the, whether you actually want the green card or just copy.
Mr. Werner, I did send you some photos earlier. I didn't know if you needed them, or you guys may have already gone up to look at both of those properties.
That's all I can say.
Well, that's it. And then here's the 2 notices. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on behalf of Mr. Larry Sullivan, you guys are aware of the situation with the septic system. Mr. Sullivan owns lots number 6, 7, and 8 of the town of Cusco, which are the 3 tracks to the south of the red rectangle that I show there. And then he owns the non-platted land to the north of that. Based upon the soil testing, elevations, whatnot. The area where he needs to go to install a system is on the north side of the alley that was set forth by the town of Cusco. So we are here to request to vacate that alley so as to be able to run the infrastructure through the alley, through the vacated alley, excuse me. So that's, in a nutshell, that's it. He just needs to cross that 10-foot strip. So the request would be to vacate that alley so that he's not crossing a public way to do so.
And Mr. Beeler has provided me, so the requirements by statute to ensure proper notice was given. There was notice published in the Vernon News, and there was notice published in the Du Bois County Herald. And there are proofs and affidavits of publications for both of those. Also to give notice to the adjoining landowner, which is on your guys' map on the east of that red and yellow highlighted section. And there's a certified mail here, certified mail receipt. That it was at least mailed out. There are times in my experience that these don't always get signed for, but it was mailed out to the address of record in the auditor's office.
The date of mailing was June 20th, so there's been ample time for the adjoining landowner to appear today or to make a comment.
And this is the address that was of record in the auditor's office.
Correct. I reviewed it yesterday, I reviewed it a couple weeks ago, I'm fine with it. Commissioner Oster?
I'm good with it as well.
Okay, I'll move that we approve ordinance number 2025-06 and vacate the dedicated alleyway.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sheila has a copy.
Okay. A copy. I'll see if I can.
Before you, Christina, go tonight, we can ask you something.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So at the last meeting, I think Levi did, or maybe Donnie, we brought up the idea of that person that was putting 3 mobile homes on one parcel and got some phone calls, got some complaints. And our rule has always been, you approve the septic, that's what we would say. Since we don't have zoning, if it's approved, if it passes you guys, then it's good to go. Have you talked to them or have you guys discussed it in any way about that? An ordinance or any rules that need to be changed, or are we good leaving it as it is? I just wanted to bring it up for a quick point of discussion. Do you know which property I'm talking about?
You're the one that's over by the,
school.
Pine Ridge.
Yeah, 164.
There's been 3 soil evaluations, 3 septic permits issued. They have adequate room to fit all 3 of those in there without zoning to establish what they can and can't do with their property. Our answer, our topic, we they met all the requirements of the septic code, and that's, where we left it, we issued them. They're in full compliance of our rule.
So would you say that a lot of the properties in Du Bois County that took a random acre out of somewhere in Du Bois County, most of the time, would be able to get 3 septic fields and septic systems approved in an acre?
If you have decent soil and your structure is relatively small, I think these are mobile homes, so they don't take up a lot of room. I mean, if you're wanting to put a swimming pool, a garage, a gazebo, the Taj Mahal out there, probably not, but they're doing the minimum to get a modular home in there and a septic system, which nowadays with Cresby systems, they take about half the footprint of what a normal system does, so that's what they're putting in there.
No, please don't think I'm being critical of you. I know you're doing exactly what, you're going by the rules, and that, I think you should. I just didn't know if you had an opinion if does it in any way adversely affect public health? Having 3 properties with 3 approved septic systems on it, it shouldn't, right? I mean, they're approved.
As long as they maintain their property like everybody else, I don't believe anything like, public health wise would be inhibited. It would be more of an aesthetics or, something like that.
Right. Somebody may not like it. They may not like how it looks, or they have fear of having high density living near their home. Which is maybe similar to if somebody had an apartment building that was going up near their house, maybe they wouldn't want the additional traffic or noise or whatever.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring it up. Did you guys have a thought on it or look at it?
Yeah, it looks like here they have 1.18 acres There's 3 mobile homes on there. I mean,
There was one already there, and they're adding 2 other ones.
so do they have different seepage fields or?
They're all 3 gonna have their own. Yeah, we don't allow them to run them into one, because if, for whatever reason, they wanna subdivide those 3 homes into 3 lots, now they all run into the same septic system, then who's gonna fight over,
Who's gonna work on it?
who's gonna work on it? So we made them put their own septic system for each structure in there. So if they do wanna divide it off in the future and each have 3/10 of an acre with their septic system, then that's their prerogative.
And really, is it my understanding, one owner is gonna be renting these?
I don't allow to get into family issues now. We just,
But it is a single owner, you've given up 3 permits to one owner.
I think there's one owner of the property, but, it could be like Eagle Lake. They rent the property, and put a structure on it. They own the land, but they live there. Without zoning, our hands are kind of tied, I can't tell people what they can and can't do with their property other than they have to have an approved septic system.
Absolutely, yeah, that's great, I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Happy day.
You too.
Before you proceed, if I could, I checked with certified and it wasn't delivered. And for you guys, Jennifer waiting for, so very now. We've already got, and we'll print that off and we'll do it correctly.
Thank you.
I would like to wait until the next meeting if possible. Some of these are very close, and I want to make sure I have the correct numbers.
Very close dollar wise, or?
Yes, that we could be able to award a couple, with work that they've already had done, so.
I see, okay. Okay, so if you wanna get with the auditor and get on the next agenda, that'd be good.
I will call you later so we can talk.
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and have, Mr. Young come up. Good morning.
Morning.
You got 3. I'll give you some.
All right, well, please proceed.
All right, so, the normal, budget, what we had, was for the personnel services was the 2%.
Will you say who you are and you represent?
Ryan Young, Director of Handheld Services.
Thank you.
So from the personnel services, we went the 2% increase, like, was listed in the email, that hasn't changed. As we move down, the operating supplies is 5,000, that was the same as last year. Moving to number 3, the subsidy costs, we still don't have that number yet, so I'll let that blank. So we, if you remember right, we moved to a different billing company in October. So when you do that, you have to reapply for Medicare, Medicaid permissions, and then they have to do an audit of your service. Medicare did their audit in February, March timeframe, and Medicaid just did their audit, I think in April. So we're still, now that we've been approved, all those runs from October 1st, we're not allowed to bill. So we're just now getting some of those reimbursements back. So that's what's kind of taking so long. They told me hopefully in the next week or 2, they would have a good idea. So they run October 1 through September 30 fiscal year. So we would have 9 months of data as of today if everything was approved starting in October and but we're just trying to get the backlog taken care of.
And what would be the county's benefit is if you show a profit, and then something would be 0 as an estimate, or if there's a deficit, then we'll have to have discussion on what that would look like. So I'll have to work with you within the next several weeks.
Yeah, we probably need to meet, probably the next week or 2. There's some things on the contract that they have questions. And so I talked them through that. They didn't, what we've done previously, and they didn't like the wording in the contract, so they wanted to change some stuff in the contract to make it what we've done previously. So, they do their finances a little different than what Aurora was accustomed to. So they charge for a lot of other things. So I pointed that out to him.
The approved billing schedule that we
Yes.
talked about, they may want you to make some adjustments on that.
So we just need to talk about that. Sure. Off the cuff. Moving down in utility services, those stayed the same. So the Huntingburg station, Du Bois station had been around about 8,000 annually. So those are the same. Repairs, we're at 60,000. We're just over that, kind of midway through the year, but we had a couple expenses. We had to replace a transmission in a truck. So that's a pretty good expense. So my hope is that the expenses will die down towards the end of the year and we'll be able to stay under that number. So I think, we're pretty close on that number. So
So you're gonna have to come for an additional appropriation this year?
we'll see, we may. But I think we had spent about 32 or 34,000 halfway through. So,
Oh, I thought you said you already spent 60,000 halfway through. I said,
so
is that what you
we're,
heard you? Or no? Okay.
so,
No, it's not, I knew.
so we're gonna be close. So I think that number is fine for where we were last year. Uniforms, we had a little bit of drop in uniforms because we did move some of the uniform money into the Deaconess budget. So they wanted to pay for those, so the county should. So I left a little bit in there just in case we go in. And then on the equipment, so the big thing, we always have the battery replacements. You'll notice there's not an ambulance in this year's budget. So we still have an ambulance to bid out for the budget we're currently in. Doing that would be a 2027 purchase because we already have the one that's already ordered, the new one for 2026. So as we keep on replacing one ambulance a year, we're kind of at the point where the time frame to get these is shrinking, so we don't have to prepare so far. So I think we can lay out a year and still have one for 2026, 27, and then in next year's budget, we'll put one in for 2028. So I think we've kind of caught up, and it was taking about 18 months for a remount and about 3 years for a new one. And that time frame has shrunk. So I think we should be okay with that. It's saying that our defibrillators and our monitors are getting close to end of life, so they're about 8 years old. And so we need to look at replacing those. So I put that in the budget instead of ambulance basically. So the total, again, we still don't know the subsidy number, but the total is 594. I think last year's was 576,000, so we're about 20,000 extra than what we were last year.
And kind of a different note, are the remounts still doing just fine?
Yes. Yeah, we just took the second remount 2 months ago, I think. So we're early on in that, but it's going okay. Yeah, definitely think that's the way to go. The truck that's getting replaced with the new one in 2026. So it's pushing, I think it's over 300,000. The next truck is almost 200,000 mile wise. And those are 550 chassis, so they're a bigger truck. And so we've had some issues with those trucks. So we've got 3 of those. I'm not sure they're gonna hold up as well as what the other trucks have. So we replaced the engine in one. Several different things that happened. So,
And what were those?
those are the 550 trucks, the bigger chassis. So we'll see, but that first of those is scheduled to get replaced in 2027.
So I remember we, last year, it looks like, it's CCD QCAP.
We usually would take equipment into QCAP.
Does that make any change with how he submits a budget?
We'll work on it.
So it makes it a little difficult when it's in Cume Cap, because if it says ambulance equipment, 470,000,
We put all of those, of what he's asking up here under equipment.
so we're under Cume Cap where it says computer maintenance upgrades, that would be the courthouse and
Right.
not,
No, he's under ambulance.
right, I didn't know if there was anything other than ambulance equipment that got moved
No,
to Cume
it's,
Cap, that was
it's
the
usually
only
this
item.
right back here gets put in there.
Yes.
Well, Commissioner Hossa, do you have any questions or comments for the?
No, I think everything's in order.
So I guess, you just want to give consensus that we approve what he has, but we can't really approve the whole thing because we don't know everything yet.
Right.
So as far as the items that he did present us, I think we're both fine with moving forward to the county council with their approval on the other items.
And hopefully I'll have the subsidy information within the next week or two and have it by the time you go to the council.
And as far as the equipment and things that you are replacing here, when is the last time that we replaced the monitor, defibrillators, those kind of things? I mean, is this like,
They're about 8 years old, so.
that's what the rotation looks like? So if you can stick that in when you don't need a
Right.
ambulance, it kind of just keeps the
Right.
budget flat.
Right.
The Lucas device,
So those are in the same, I think those are a little bit older, those are like 9 to 10 years old, so
so we always had Lucas device
on the ambulance.
on the ambulances, and then the recent acquisition of
Those are
those
the
were,
first responders, yeah.
that makes sense.
Any
So-
technology piece is usually if you can get 7 years out of them, seven to 10 years, you're usually doing great. They usually upgrade and then they're not serviceable after that. That's kind of where we're at. They're getting ready to upgrade their newest, the Zillow monitors. And so once they do that, then the ones that we have are not serviceable. So you're kind of out on a limb if one of them goes bad.
Okay. And you feel that the Lucas devices are still devices that you're strongly a supporter of and that they save lives? And
100%, yes.
I've not heard anything negative since everybody's had it.
Yeah,
I mean,
we had one in the ER that the hospital purchased, and that goes to any floor. Whenever somebody goes in cardiac arrest, somebody from the ER grabs it, takes it to the floor. So, I mean, it's used everywhere.
And again, when somebody's in that condition, you're still not gonna have 100% success.
Yes.
Maybe they're in a bad spot, but if
Right.
it increases the best chance, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Hostetter, I think Mr. Rhodes and some other folks have probably about an hour of presentations for us. So you want to take a couple minutes and then we'll come back and get that going?
Sounds good.
Actually, we won't have it yet. We're gonna take just a minute break, run to the restroom, and then we'll have the highway engineers talk, and then we'll get to you guys.
No problem.
Okay. Ask you to start with.
Yes,
Yes, no, that's fine. I'm not here to like push you on it. It's, I just want to make sure that I wasn't misthinking. That's what I do. I know.
It's definitely on the, so things get slowed down, yeah, it's something,
Do it November.
something that you can look into, just hope you guys. We will actually.
I think we met at the ORX field office.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Any minutes you can proceed
Awesome.
in bridge also.
Awesome.
I was waiting for a little more time to go by once I got closer to maybe we get together.
Yeah.
Make sure we're all on the same page.
For sure, absolutely. We're going to send out an hour health insurance thing, but I can come back if you guys want to go to lunch. We'd be happy to. Unless you guys got plans already.
That's it.
Not in.
Yeah, I'll see you. No, you're good. I'll see what I got going on.
Yeah.
I'll text you my number, that's what I'll do.
Yeah. No worries. I'll shoot you a message here.
And then,
Yeah, I think your last about that February.
sounds right.
I believe so. For your bridge inspection. So, yeah, that'll be coming up quick. Hard to believe.
Yeah, it is. It's,
So like it'll be June the 30th, and then report, I think it's due by the 20th. Or thereabouts. You know. Now Sharon Street has kind of been aggressive about having quarterly meetings earlier than that, so I don't know. She does a separate quarterly meeting for bridge inspection and all the quarterly meetings.
It would be a while. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, like we need to, I've learned.
I don't know, did you do one?
No, right there, you get the first. You know, have the PRC. And we got them right after that.
It's all switched over to me now.
You're happy to say it's your baby.
All you did is.
Oh, that's a
you just got some
Yeah.
flyers. So that's-
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
There's a cost
Well, we're right.
Still waiting on your shoulder though.
It's getting the room.
I've had to help out a few different communities go through that process. It's not hard, but just knowing how to navigate through, especially when they don't have a background.
So you said it was.
Just up the dial there a little bit.
Yeah. Well, so I'm trying to summarize. I'll have to look up.
Yeah,
We'll have to
it's
do that.
pretty close, that's fine.
And then he said something about trying to hang it, but then.
That's where he was.
It's just
Left
that
him with the knowledge because of the
they
commissioner.
don't have enough time to look at it.
So you can look
Oh, yeah.
It's so great. I had to hold my hands, I couldn't relax a little less.
I'd like to apologize to everyone.
Well, and that's the problem when you got it sitting on the
For
side.
a while, and they hired a guy, he said she was ever hired, John.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, like.
No, they're different. Like, one, like, there's no extra space. I mean, they take out the whole thing, where other platforms, I was gonna just take out that line.
See, like right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, we can definitely.
But like I say, I've heard it so many times, I do.
It shows them it's kind of over.
Sounds like
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's just
I
not a
was
good.
around for years, I forgot that.
I mean, I know they don't like it, but it's anyhow, but I don't know else to do, there's no trending, so.
I thought the sand was acceptable.
Oh, that.
It's over there, I have.
Not very easy, but
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I'll have to figure it out.
Well, I can see it, I can see it now.
Some of our guys, one of our ex
I mean, I know it's not like we don't want.
So they went through the whole process.
Tyler, I guess got. Got a future ahead.
It's not like we're putting two players to utilize our.
Yeah,
money,
he's,
I've seen some.
he's on.
We can share.
Probably push a little more.
We are, offer some.
A few more things than most, just to
Yeah.
The teachers should see what the
get where it needs to
utilization
be.
was.
He's young.
All right, folks, we'll get back into order here. Mr. Lefford, come up and give your highway report, appreciate it.
You're gonna have to get on you.
Yep. I'll get it down on one page next time. Levi Lefford, highway engineer. So, First off, the paving projects. Since the last meeting, E&B has completed paving at 75 North and 820 East, along with the Countrywood Estates subdivision. I do have change orders for both of those paving contracts. They're both going to be a decrease amount for some underruns and HMA quantities. So there's 2 copies for each, so you'll have to sign 4 times. The 25-03 had a decrease amount of $2,935.95, and the 2504 had a decrease amount of $3,985.07. So CNR has started paving at 540.
Let's take action on that one first, please. Commissioner Hostetler, do you have any questions on that?
No.
I'll make a motion that we approve the decreases on both of those underruns.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
CNR has started paving at 540 East and 1150 South last week. They should have those roads wrapped up today. And then they plan on moving over to DuBois Road Northeast, along with Borden Hill Road and 900 East sometime this week yet. That should all get done. Of course, that's weather permitting. And then the remaining paving projects for the year, those will be completed later on in the September through October timeframe.
Okay.
300 North Box Culvert, that work is now complete and the roadway is back open to traffic. We will have to come back out there sometime in the fall to get some asphalt put down once we get the initial settlement done. So. Club Road was closed down on 6/30 to begin work for a 12-foot by 8-foot concrete box culvert. That is replacing a metal culvert, and this is anticipated to be a 4 to 5 week closure depending on weather or any unforeseen issues. But the plan on that one is to make sure we get it open back up before school starts. I wanted to give an update on bridge number 78. That bridge is getting some design work for some rehab work to be done on it. That was one that we already had an agreement with American Structure Point. So the update on that there is we're going over the preliminary plans and the estimated construction costs with ASI next week. The plan is to have a design done by this fall and start the construction on that next spring to summer. So.
And the financing those, you don't put it in your budget, you'll come in and ask the council for money once you.
Correct, that's correct. Once I get a better estimate on the cost and the time frame, then I'll get the funds appropriated for request the funds. Moving on to 1025 South Stream Crossing. So it was my understanding that this was brought up before I was in this position. It is a existing concrete stream crossing on 1025 South that is in poor condition. And it was looked at to replace this with a aluminum plate box culvert, but the costs were going to be $100,000 plus, and that got rolled out because it was too expensive. So due to the condition of it, I wanted to take a second look at it, see what other options we've got. I did come up with a cost estimate of doing the work in-house, which would be essentially replacing the stream crossing in kind, making sure it's wide enough, and making a little bit more robust stream crossing to last longer and to be able to handle the floods and the traffic over mainly loaded semis. So that one there came up with an estimate of $30,000 to $35,000. Something we can do in-house. We can get it done this year. It's a lot better than the $100,000 plus, but it is still a dirt road. So I definitely want to bring up to the commissioners, saying that if you see any issue with throwing that money at that road to get that stream crossing replaced.
Can you show me on the map where that is? I'm looking here.
It is just southeast of Holland in Cass Township.
I believe, isn't there a bridge right by this?
Here's 1025. Might too far.
Zoom out a little bit.
So they follow. Right here is a waterway. Do you think it's that? Trying to get that thing zoomed in, so I got an idea where you're at. Commissioner Austin, do you think this is the one we looked at?
I think so, and is there a bridge right next to it?
No, it's not.
No, that's a different one.
I do remember this road because I drove it and it, to me, it looks like it's a farm road. I mean, there's nobody
essentially
that
is.
would use it.
The only thing is, right now, it's undermined. There's probably 3 feet undermined underneath that.
I don't know what that means.
So there's voids, large voids underneath it that it could remain in its current condition for several more years or could fail any given time. I would say that road's gonna be mainly used for your farmers that get access hauling grain out of there.
Is it, okay, with this, have you been there yourself?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so does it look like a concrete, I mean, so the real road is here and then it goes into like, I zoomed in really far, I'm just trying to find.
Yeah.
There it is.
Right. Here it is.
That's it right there.
So you're saying it's on Holland Road East, it's not necessarily 1025?
Yeah, it's right at the intersection of Holland Road East and 1025.
1025 is the dirt road.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay.
1025.
So here's the thing, in this curve right here, there's a bridge that goes over that creek. You cross the bridge, turn in right there, you cross back over the creek to come up. I think what I'd asked Brent about doing was approaching that landowner to see if we could go through the field prior to the bridge and do away with the creek crossing altogether. If our budget to do the creek crossing is $35,000, I think we would come back and do it again at some point, because it's gonna undermine again, right? But if we could buy that little sliver of land to keep us on the right side of the bridge,
Yeah.
then we just do that instead, move the road over to the other side of the creek.
So these are two different owners on each side of the, so this is Minky, this is Balsmar.
And that's, yeah. But my question is, do we come in off of this corner and then catch the road rather than coming in on the other side of the bridge?
Sandy, do we not on the GIS, do we not mark dirt roads?
I don't know that answer.
Because it's not even showing up on here as a public road.
Yeah, on mine it wasn't either. But 1025, it comes out down below. And then it's supposed to come out there, but it's vacated years ago.
If it's vacated, that's why it's not there.
Yeah, those.
You're thinking that dirt road's been vacated?
No, not that part. I don't know why that's not on there. I have no idea. But yeah, the part in between.
Yeah, because I drove all the way through there last time this got brought up. And that was kind of my thought, if we could acquire just that small corner of that property, then we can do away with
There you
it.
go. Okay, so here's 1025.
Yeah.
So that's where it goes back into paving, right? Because this bridge is, or this little crossing, is not great either.
Yeah, this was rock. I guess that was vacated, and this is dirt here. And then I don't know why it's not showing. I don't know.
What would be the process, I don't know if Greg knows this or somebody else, of confirming that that's still a public road? I mean, is there any reason? I don't know why it wouldn't be on there.
I had Sheila look it up.
Yeah, if it's on a road inventory.
If it's on the road inventory, it may just be a matter of the GIS system not having that.
Yeah, the GIS isn't always accurate because someone has to enter that information in it, so you gotta go back to your road
We got the
inventory.
hard copies that we maintain, our inventory, and what we're turning in. But it's all.
I mean, it's one of those things where if it's a public road, we have to maintain it, but I hate spending $30,000 to $100,000 on a road that 2 people would use in a year.
Right.
If we can avoid it.
Right.
I mean, I would, so your thought again, Commissioner Hostetter, was to say, why not let them have a driveway on each side of it? There's a nice bridge there.
Mhm.
Why do we have to cross that water again?
Yeah, because you cross the bridge, you come down through the creek and then come back out on the other side. I mean, right next to the bridge, so. I know the property is the same owner, so that would maybe complicated a little bit, but we would only need that small sliver on that corner there.
Yeah, we can table this here and I can look at that as an alternate.
I mean, I can't even see the road on. Is the road right on the property line? Is that what the issue is? I mean, can you look at it one more time?
I think it's almost between those 2 properties right there. And it's just a
So-
single lane dirt road.
I believe you go around this corner, and then you're saying that this is the road,
Yeah.
and it goes down here past this district, goes
Yeah.
straight down between there.
Yes.
So this guy on the east side has access to his property already. This guy has access to his property. I don't know, I just don't see a lot of value in that road.
I don't either, but I think again, we can't just let the creek crossing go away, I'm assuming. But if the road's there.
You can't, you can't landlock anyone. You gotta make sure you have access to the property. So I don't know what it looks like further down the road and the access points, but you gotta make sure that without looking on the GIS map and seeing where the parcels lie. 'Cause sometimes the parcels shown on the GIS are not the most accurate either, it's conceptual.
So I guess verify that the property is there. The auditor dogs can do what they can on the GIS. And I want to respect your opinion and your thought of what we need to do in the area. Just, it's tough for me because I can't see that it's not safe, it's probably not good to drive on it currently.
No, it's not because.
I mean, can you condemn it?
What's that?
Can we condemn it and shut it down? Is it to that point? Or do we?
It gets minimal use, that it's
Right.
really only used during farming operations.
I guess if there's another option that we don't spend $30,000 on a road that doesn't get traveled on, such as vacating it, dead ending it, doing whatever we need to do, but I would like to look at it.
Okay.
Because, for $30,000 we could probably chip seal somebody else's road and that actually gets driven on.
I agree.
Yeah, but if, after you look at it, we make sure that we own it and you say that that's our best bet and you think that that's a better use of money than somewhere else, then, I'll support it probably, but.
I wanted to at least bring it up in front of the board since some other more expensive options were considered.
Yes.
So we can keep working our way down to where we need to get to.
It probably needs a resolution one way or the other.
For sure.
Right. So, yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up again. I look forward to hearing more about that one. 850?
Yes, so that's another stream crossing. This is in Cass Township to the northwest of Holland. And this road is currently closed because of the stream crossing is,
Dirt road?
it's half dirt and then half rock. So it switches from rock to dirt right at the stream crossing. This has been repaired a few times, has Band-Aid type repairs. They've not lasted very long. And so the road is, like I said, is currently closed due to unsafe roadway conditions. And this one we can also replace in-house. And this is a little bit smaller stream crossing. It would be in the cost range of $20,000 to $23,000 if we did it in-house. And that will be tearing out the existing crossing and putting a concrete one back, very similar, but.
Is this a box culvert too?
No, this is just a concrete crossing, concrete basically poured right through the stream. So, we would replace it with a similar, which is the cheaper, probably one of the cheaper options you've got.
So when you say it's closed, do we have like a barrier?
We've got barricades and signs up. Signs are permanently mounted on each end of the county road saying road closed so far ahead. And the barricades, of course, get moved and people still try to drive through, but that's at their own risk. We at least put the signs and barricades up, so.
And at what portion of the road is this? If I'm looking at the east of, and west of Holland, there's a stream there, is that gonna be it?
That's it right there.
And again, is this a road that gets any use, or is it?
Donnie, can you speak more on that, the use on that road?
Do I see, well, there's a house. There's different landowners on there.
Sugar Creek? Is it is it going, is that Sugar Creek that goes on, it looks like that's what it's got named.
Yeah, they don't know this one, for sure, right? I seen the other day.
Blue Line Creek, Sugar Creek.
There's different landowners on there.
I know, just,
So from this stream, north is dirt, from the stream, south is gravel.
Apparently, there's other landowners down below that goes from, like Manor south, up to Oak Grove 64 to get through there.
So if we were to, repair that, would there be calls to redo some of the other stuff for the rocket, or just make it safe for passing?
We're making it safer and getting something that, getting a balance between not going overboard with cost while still building something that's gonna last for a long time where we don't have to keep revisiting it.
And you believe this repair would allow us to reopen the road?
Absolutely. It's gonna be a new stream crossing is what it would entail. The
Do
reason
you want
why,
to take time to go out and drive through it, or do you want him?
I made enough to go drive it, but, I mean, I trust on this one, I think the cost is.
like I said, we've repaired it multiple times in the past, but when the water levels get high, it's our water. I mean, we can't, it will do its thing. So you gotta make sure that that stream crossing that was built wasn't built to accommodate the amount of water it's got. Plus it's got enough age to it. Guy on the bridge department was thinking it was probably 50 something, almost 60 years old. So it's.
So I say I'll make a motion that we approve, the highway department moving forward with the 850 West Stream Crossing repairs, depending on, council funding. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. I apologize to the health department people, I didn't know he was gonna be so long-winded. Ridiculous.
So, moving on to the industrial park road speed limit request. This is the one that town of Ferdinand
Yes.
have requested to reduce the speed limit from 45 down to 35 miles an hour. So, in order to do that, you have to perform an engineering study on it, which I did. I obtained traffic data, performed the study, analyzed various sections of the road, and I do not recommend lowering it from 45 to 35 miles an hour. I recommend keeping it at 45. The two studies I've done, they both indicated a suggested speed limit of 45 miles per hour. The traffic data shows the speed limits that the traveling public is going at. It's commonly called 85th percentile, which 85% of the drivers are following that speed or lower. And it shows that they are going anywhere from 43 to 50 miles per hour on that road. So I do not feel that I do not recommend lowering the speed limit, because even in the section that is currently 35 miles per hour, around the intersection of 1100 South, that had the highest 85th percentile speed at 50 miles per hour, showing that the posted 35 miles per hour is not doing its job. The speed study takes into consideration the width of the road, the terrain, pedestrian traffic, bicyclists, all those things. So it's even with those, the access points and all that, it's still recommending 45 miles an hour.
Okay. I will tell Mr. Seacard with the town,
If you lower it to 35, you can actually create issues by creating a variance in speed, which can lead to more accidents. And the crash data, I forgot to mention too, showed only 2 crashes there in the last 4 years, and they're both caused from objects in the roadway, deer.
Yeah, deer, okay.
And
No, that's great. I appreciate you taking the effort and the time to do that because it was important to the town. It's important to us to make the right decision.
then Crossvine Solar Project, that work is just getting started. They're out there doing solar borings, just making sure, tell that for your awareness. I do plan on meeting with their project team just to go over expectations, communication, road use agreements. So they're putting together their folks, that way they can meet with us. And I can pass that along if we have a meeting, if any of you would like to join.
Okay, yeah, you can just invite us and I've met with them previously, but I wouldn't mind maybe catching up with them.
And then last but not least, I am the primary ERC for the county now, so I'll be taking care of all that quarterly reports, so.
Your report says you're not the primary, but now you will.
And it should be the primary as of a couple hours ago. I got an email from anybody, so, yep.
I think it's I will now be.
I will now be, yes, thank you.
You have not.
I took it, but I don't want to get that.
Thanks.
I just want to make sure I get it correct.
I will now be,
Anything
yes.
else?
I have, the only thing, you're probably dismissed here, but the right of way for St. Anthony Water, we've reviewed that. I'm gonna bring it up later on, but you didn't have any concerns any longer.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rhodes and Company.
Yeah, so, Mark Rhodes here with Human Resources. So we're gonna take a little bit of your time here, talk about health insurance. I want to introduce Deacon's team here first. They're gonna discuss about some clinic options. As you know, we were in the talks with Blue Mind originally. Now Deaconess is gonna be opening up a near-site clinic for employers. So, definitely wanted to have a meeting with them. I wanted to get them in front of you guys to go over some more details. And then later in the hour here, Max and myself will finish it up. So,
So good morning, Kelly Lutznick, so Deaconess Benefit Solutions, I'm the account executive over the Indiana region. So with our affiliation with between Memorial and Deaconess, you're probably seeing a lot of changes and more information coming out every day. So Lauren, this is Lauren Mickle, I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Lauren Mickle. I'm the service line manager for employer services at Deaconess throughout the health system. So very familiar with our Deaconess Clinic at Work program, which is what we're here to talk about today. And excited that we're able to bring it to this community.
Yeah, so I believe you guys may have seen the presentation I just provided to you within that folder. We discussed this with Marky a couple weeks ago. So kind of want to just give you a high level overview of what's in this presentation and then obviously open up to any questions you guys may have. Like Lauren said, we're super excited about this opportunity to bring this information to you today. Since we've talked to Marky, we have had some updates over the last couple weeks. We do have a location, so that's super exciting. We are looking at that First Avenue location over there between Rexford and Jasper Rubber. So that has been locked down and then a tentative date of hopefully opening, again tentative, by that December 1st time. We have some updates.
December 1st?
Yes, yeah. So reason being is we have some transition of our EMR system happening between Deaconess and Memorial in November. So we'll get through that little hurdle and then have a smooth transition, hopefully within the Deaconess Clinic at Work, with those programs. So with the Deaconess Clinic at Work, basically what it is, it's an opportunity for employers to provide both urgent care and primary care needs for their employers. It is a program that, it's a per employee per month program, and so it includes, it's one price, but it includes the spouse's independence. So that one price covers the entire household. And what's nice with the per employee per month is you're not locked in. So it's not like you sign up in January and you're locked in for the entire year. So how that works is a census is provided monthly. So if you have employees starting in a couple of months, you can just add them each month and then provide that census monthly. Or if you have contractors or seasonal help or whatever the case may be, you just add those each month, provide that to our team, and then that's how you're billed. So you bill that month after, and then each month. that's how it works, so you're not locked in. Basically, it assists with employee recruitment, retention, absenteeism, so we find that that's been a huge perk for these employers. And no co-pays for these office visits, there's no insurance card, so they work with that as well. We have a medical director, so all of our clinics are currently staffed with a nurse practitioner. So we'll have a nurse practitioner here at this location. We're currently looking obviously in Jasper for this location, but you'll see as you flip through the presentation, there is currently 11 locations. Anyone enrolled with these within the program can utilize any of these locations. So if they're in Evansville, they can utilize any of those locations. We have Saturday access at our Lynch location. And just a couple of weeks ago, we were able to extend those hours to 4 o'clock. So literally all day Saturday, there's an opportunity for any employees to be seen there. So that's a huge perk for the program. There's also several locations in Kentucky. The only difference with seeing a provider in Kentucky is due to state regulations, you cannot get medications dispensed out of the clinic. So if you see a nurse practitioner in the locations and you get one of the medications on the formulary, you actually walk out of the clinic with the medication in hand, whereas in Kentucky, you have to go to one of the local pharmacies that we have a partnership with.
Can you tell me a little more about that, just because I don't understand
As far as formularies?
Right, the medication, if I go in and I need a antibiotic, or
Yes,
I'm trying to think of the most common thing.
Yep, so there's 67 medications and 18 labs covered on the formulary. So if one of those medications are prescribed, it is for free. They can be dispensed in 30 or 90-day supplies. It does have to come from the nurse practitioner at that clinic. So, and what I mean by that is if you go to, if you look at one of the 67 medications that are listed on that page.
So, I'll give an example. So, say you have a child with an ear infection. So, you take them in, they're seen by the nurse practitioner, they need an antibiotic. All the most common antibiotics are covered on there. You'd be highly pressed to not have it covered on that list. So, a huge win for parents. So they will prescribe it and they will walk out of the clinic with the medication in hand. Another bonus, I'll go off with that example I'm giving, is that we use the same EMR as the hospital, Memorial. So it's the Epic EMR. If you're not familiar, Epic is the main electronic medical record throughout the nation. So the benefit of that is you've got a child comes in with an ear infection. Okay, they couldn't get in to see their pediatrician. There wasn't an appointment. They were able to use this clinic space. And then their pediatrician, when they come back in, is able to see that visit and know that, oh, well, you had a prior ear infection if they were to need to be referred to an ENT for tubes. Same thing, if they come into our clinic and maybe it's the 5th time in 12 months that they've been seen for an ear infection, our NPs or clinics provider would be able to refer them to the ENT without having to make them wait for a visit with the pediatrician and then go from there.
So some of these are really common things that these aren't one-time medications like
Yep,
antibiotic would be.
You've
So
got
like
some
you're on
maintenance.
Lipitor, and
Maintenance
you
meds,
are gonna go Lipitor forever. You would just now go here instead of going to
Yes.
CVS.
And the caveat to that is, so one thing that's important about this program is we're not trying to diminish the relationship with your current PCP. We're here to help with some of the, to decompress, like with visits and stuff. I think we can all relate to, like, if you have an acute visit, you get on to look for an appointment with your provider, they may not have any for that day. This is what we're put in place for. We're keeping continuity of care with your current provider team. So if you see a specialist, for example, a cardiologist, you need Lipitor. You would still be seeing your cardiologist, however, you would be able to get your meds at no additional cost through the clinic. So the a second caveat to that is you do have to be seen by our provider to be established with the clinic, and that's a regulatory thing. You want that to occur. So if somebody just needs maintenance medications, and that's probably the only reason they're utilizing the clinic, they would have an initial established visit. Again, it's included in the cost. You might as well do it anyways. And then they would be able to pick up those maintenance meds every 30, 60, 90 days, whatever cycle they're on.
So Marky, on a different note with that, or maybe Houchins,
if something is listed on here that we can, is there a way that we can direct people to make it more advantageous for them to use this? In other words, is there a way to carve these 67 items out and say, if you get them at CVS, it's $20 copay, or you go here and eat for free? Is there a way to do that to encourage people to go this route? I mean, because ultimately what we're doing here is we're trying to do cost savings, right?
Yes.
We're gonna, whatever, however we can do that, because I'm sure we pay a decent amount for many of these items already.
Okay.
Is that they do or not?
Yeah, so what we offer, so that's, Kimberly is the account executive for your region. She is dedicated solely to like your community and the success of this clinic and the success of us partnering for you to be able to utilize the clinic. So we will come on site, say you have, I don't know, if you do open enrollment sessions, we'll come on site and we'll do this explaining. We'll sit down, we'll do it however you want, we'll make ourselves available, we'll bring all marketing that's needed. We'll sit down and we'll have those conversations with your team, obviously facilitated with, your leadership team, but we will help kind of drive that conversation and basically set up a foundation for you to be able to, take it after we leave. Because a lot of times it's just, we come in, it's a lot of information. We'll give them this, we'll explain why this is important to you. We'll explain why, because I think something we missed here is a big piece of this is we're trying to cut down insurance premium costs for your employees. We're trying to give you savings. And longevity of this program does that because you're cutting down on the amount of claims that you're filing because no claims are filed when they go to this clinic.
Right.
So benefits the employer and benefits the employee long-term. It's just making sure that we can get the employees to understand. And I know that the biggest selling point is usually for parents with children, that they can go into this, they could take their children in here, have them seen for those ear infections, acute care visits. Daycare is now post-COVID, you almost have to be seen if you have a fever or anything. And this gives them a little more access to be able to do that without the barriers that come with like during sick season, not being able to get appointments same day.
And then also, if we would decide to go down this route, we would be funneling people for their annual health screen would be utilized through the clinic. So automatically, people on the wellness, they're gonna get familiar with the clinic because they're gonna go there for their annual health screen.
The health screen though wouldn't probably meet the regulatory requirement of getting your prescription transferred.
So, okay, no, yes and no. So let's talk about that because the biometric screenings that you're getting are different from what an annual exam would be in the clinic. So your biometric screenings now is we have our health and wellness team come in, they do some labs, they get the labs back, they go over that, do some education with you. You're getting a little more with your annual visit in the clinic because you're getting seen by a provider. And a lot of times whenever our health coaches are sitting down, one benefit is when our health coaches are sitting down with the team after and reviewing their labs, they have to rely on them to go follow up with the provider. Go follow up with your PCP. They need to look at this. They need to just, when they're in the clinic, the provider's gonna do that real time. They're gonna be the ones, hey, I have some concerns about this. Look, I'd like to refer you out, or I'd like to do some more testing here. And it's gonna make sure that, there is the follow through there. Now, the flip side of that is convenience. It's very convenient to have the health and wellness team come on site and do these biometric screenings, and it ensures that the team is able to do it on the clock, which maybe that is a decision that you make as a team to work that out somehow. I don't know. We have employers that do it a multitude of different ways, but something to consider is you lose that convenience access. I will say something that we are considering for this community, just because you guys are all very health and wellness heavy in this area already with the Memorial team, is putting a health and wellness coach in the clinic to be utilized. We're in the early stages of that. There are some models out there for employer clinics where they do this. And so this could be the perfect opportunity for us to offer that. We already do offer it to on-site clinics that we have of large employers in Evansville. But those are priced a little differently and the structure's a little different because they only see their own employees. However, bringing it to the near site model specifically for this community could be super advantageous.
That was a lot. One thing I fear is if we say we funnel 75% of our people into getting their medications here, for example, then the price goes up next year because you're gonna have to pay for the medications and it's gonna make it more expensive for you. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I mean, if we funnel more cost to you, then you won't be able to provide the service at the same per employee per member.
I would love it.
Definitely.
I see what you're saying, and I can see the thought process behind it, but something else. So we've been established since 2018, and we've only raised our prices one time. And we've grown from having 6 clients in that time, I think we started with 6, to having 134 across. And we've only raised our cost one time. We really didn't raise it that much. We did a 5%. We're highly competitive. I think an edge that we have that you will not get with a third party, such as a Blue Line, is that we're connected to a health system.
Can I stop you one more time?
Yeah.
You guys need to go, you're welcome to go. Unless you want to sit here and hear insurance. I saw you glazing over. Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Hey, you're welcome to continue with the presentation. I appreciate all the information so far.
I think just as far as the formulary of the medication, obviously there's over-the-counter medications, there is, like she said, maintenance medications, there's a ton of medications. We did add a medication within the last year, so there's a pharmacy team that reviews that, so it's not a set in stone type of thing. So there's a pharmacy team that reviews that. So there are potential changes with that, potentially down the road. Obviously that will all be communicated. There's 18 labs that are covered on the formulary as well. If you look at the labs that are covered, you'll see a lot of your annual labs that are on there. Again, it would kind of coincide with what you would see potentially with the wellness lab that we would do at the health screenings. As far as other things that are covered, you have your annual visits, DOT physicals are covered, the DOT drug screen is not covered, the DOT physical is covered, sports physicals are covered, so that's a big one, especially with, I know we cover them within Memorial currently. Those are some things that we may see those are some things we may see change down the road just with some of the things happening. So I think that's gonna be where we see a lot of potential with this clinic as well, just with that need for the sports physicals within the community. Trying to get chronic disease management, just on that, again, with that lab, A1Cs are covered. If for some reason there's something that's ordered that's not covered under the lab formulary or the medication formulary, that provider has that conversation with the employee or whoever's the patient. Hey, this is not covered. At that point, they either run it through the insurance or have the conversation of the self-pay option. So it's not any surprise. Where we had that conversation a lot of times is, we see, this last year, we saw a lot of pneumonia. Hey, we're gonna recommend a chest x-ray, this is not covered, this is what the cost would be, X, Y, and Z, and then we would have that grant, so, for that conversation. Other than that, other perks of the program, there is a RN on call, so that's available 24/7, it is a Deaconess RN that is there for that. Example of when that may be used, I know, guilty. I use it when I had my child, when my baby, Christmas Eve, you don't know if you want to go into the emergency room where you're looking at a potential $100 copay just to be seen. So having someone there to have that conversation, these are the symptoms, what do I do next? Just have that peace of mind versus going down that Google hole. Other than that, we do have a third party where we have a telehealth option. Now with that, you're on vacation, you have a provider there, you're having that conversation. Now with the telehealth option, you can speak with the provider, but any medications that may be ordered, they would not be covered on the formulary. But you do have a telehealth option that is available in all 50 states that is involved or covered within that program. It's just that medication would not be covered. So that's another perk of the program.
Because that's what I was gonna ask too, if you call the RN, they may be able to give you advice. And my experience with any medical person is, yes, go into the ER, because they don't want their blood to be on the line when they say, no, don't worry about it, don't go in and you die.
Well,
Am I wrong there?
Actually, mine was not. You can probably wait till your provider is in the office.
Okay.
Just kind of hit and miss.
That's not been my experience. Every time you
Yeah.
call anybody,
Mine
it's
was-
always, yep, go in the ER, you gotta go.
Hit and miss, hit and miss.
But, so you're saying though, I can call the RN, say,
Yes.
this is the issue they say, whatever they say, and
That was
if
also
there was a, prescription needed, then you'd have to call telehealth to get a next level,
Or go into the emergency room, yeah.
because the RM wouldn't have the prescribing.
But those are available.
And with the medical director, if a person has a situation, I go in and I'm like, I'm not really digging what the practitioner is saying. Can you have him look at it?
So Dr. Scott Ulat, he actually does review he currently is reviewing 100% of all of the charts.
Okay.
As we get, and he's very dedicated. So he is located there in Evansville. He's from Evansville, 30 years of experience, and he currently does review all of the charts, and he is accessible to all of nurse practitioners for all of their needs too, so.
Okay. So that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Because I can definitely see somebody saying, man, no, I don't trust this person, or I don't want to talk to them, and so I didn't know if that was, how that would work.
How would our hours in this
So-
area be set? Because I'm looking at this going.
Yeah, so typically when we open a clinic, we do usually open a 20-hour clinic, and I think that's gonna be another unique situation. I think that we are gonna see a need in this area, and we are looking at a 40-hour clinic. Historically, when we open a clinic, we try to keep the needs in mind of what the community needs, and I think we are looking at a staggering kind of need, so opening, I think, are we looking at the 7? It's opening 7 days a week, and it's staying open until 6, 2 days a week too.
That's what I see.
Yeah, and that's typical, because we're gonna start that 40-hour, which is exciting, because that's typically started at 20.
So this one would start at 40%, okay,
Yep.
I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay. And contractually, I think you mentioned earlier, we hired a new employee, he's got 3 family members, they were all 3 of them, come in June. They did work here, they got hired May 15th, they come in June 1st or whatever.
Yep.
To be
You
honest.
just add them to the census.
And then on contractually, as a whole unit, what's the contract there? Like, are we tied in for month to month? Is it year to year? How-
There's an initial year, and then it auto renews after the initial term. There's a 60-day notice, if you wanna term the agreement.
Okay. Pretty standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scheduling, that's one thing I did not touch on. So scheduling is pretty simple. Obviously, everything's integrated within my chart. They can call the schedule. We do encourage scheduling through, you would have your personalized address, webpage. So online scheduling, you literally can click on take you to your online webpage. It would only be for DuBois County. And it puts all the locations. We have Jasper, obviously, right there for you. But they literally have access to every location. Click on the Jasper location, it would show you all the available time slots. They click on that and it takes you through the series of questions. And that could be the scheduling. Walk in, and then they would use that census to verify who you were. Again, no insurance card, nothing like that. And it's pretty simple.
I'm sure most PCPs probably do it the same way that mine does, is if you go once a year, then they give you cards and come back. That it would still go that way too, right? I mean, you would still make your
Like
next.
your scheduling out, yeah.
Yes, I mean, they can probably operate the same way. The person would maybe have to do, so you're saying if it's something outside of that, you can go on to my chart and find it. Thank you. In office, minor skin biopsy, skin tag removal, stitches. So a person has a laceration, they can say,
Yeah, I mean, depending on I know lots of children
Yeah.
have gotten needed stitches like on the head, a bump or whatever. But yeah, we will take care of that in the clinic,
minor emergencies.
minor.
Yeah.
We are a PCP clinic, not an urgent care. So that's kind of the model we're going for. That's why you get the schedule out versus the walk-in model.
So you don't take kids.
We will. We just
Encourage
discourage, yeah.
yeah.
We discourage walk-ins because part of this is the convenience. Like, we want you to come in and only, I think our average wait time is 6 minutes across all the clinics, that you're from check-in to going back. So to ensure that we can keep that going, utilizing the online scheduling portal is the best way to do it. If you come in, they'll tell you, hey, you gotta take the next available appointment, we'll work you in. But we hit that real hard in open enrollments.
And I think also it's the benefit of partnering with like a Deaconess on this is you can go outside that radius, you know, to an Evansville, Rockport, rural, and a short drive, you're gonna be able to get here. So.
You don't do any drug tests, is that correct?
Correct. And can you speak to the, because I forgot to ask when we were on the telehealth option? Now, is it an app or is it through the same website that you can click to access like the telehealth option? Not necessarily.
Yeah, so the RN and the telehealth is available on that same.
Same website, so.
Yeah.
On
Same
top of
page.
it.
Trying to think if there's any other thing that we talked about that day.
I was gonna say, one thing that was interesting or exciting about Blue Mind, the model, the way that they were presenting it at least was, we're not gonna rush you in and out. One of the things that's exciting, they're saying, one of the things we sell ourselves on is that our average appointment is 27 minutes or something, I don't know what they said. It was something like, we spend a lot of time with people so that because I know that a complaint a lot of people have is,
They feel
my
rushed.
doctor's gotta get 10 of us in every hour so that he can keep his business going, and I feel like I'm rushed. And so that was one thing that was interesting about them. They said our first time that somebody meets with our nurse practitioner, it's usually an hour or something. I don't remember what they said, but it was some long amount of time. And then thereafter, we give people as much time as they need. So on one hand, I thought, wow, that sounds really great to have somebody really be intimately involved with your health. But then on the other part too, financially, that just doesn't seem like that's sustainable or that, I didn't know if I believed it, I guess. It sounded good, but I didn't know if it was possible. So can you speak to that on how your model looks?
We do it too. Yeah. We do the longer visits too. Not an hour by any means, but we do schedule a longer time for the established visit. And then we do longer visits than what you'll see in a PCP setting. Your visits in a PCP setting with the provider are typically 10 minutes. We do 20. And then, I mean,
It's based on visit type.
Yeah.
So it's just like a nurse only visit, it's gonna be a little bit quicker. If it's a provider visit or an annual visit, it's gonna be longer.
We separate our nurse only visits and our provider visits so that there's no hold up there either. That's pretty standard for the direct to employer clinics, because again, that's a enticing perk to it.
And your staffing, can you tell us that again? You're gonna have the nurse practitioner, you'll probably have an administrative person, and you have a additional staff member. What else does it look like other than those two?
So let's talk about, so we have a huge program. We've got a manager that oversees the whole program, and then we've got office managers. So you guys would have a dedicated office manager for your region. And then you'd have a couple providers, and then a couple clinical staff, and then the front office, a couple front office staff.
So maybe 5 or 6 people on it?
Potentially, yeah. It's a little different. We'll work on the staffing model as we start rolling this out and seeing the interest, just to ensure that we have the appropriate provider coverage if it ends up being super busy out the gate.
Okay. Commissioner Onset, I know how to do it all the time.
No, you're good.
No questions?
No, exactly. No, you're thorough, appreciate it.
And can you tell us the cost again?
So we can send the cost to you. Do you still have that?
Yes, I do have that, yeah.
On what we offered.
Here's just kind of the proposal here, if you will, so. There's these, and then there's the whole proposal, you know, who's to decide if we want to join it, that would be what would we be looking at, so.
I mean, I just look at the annual cost and that gives me an idea of where we were. So you want these back?
I can carry, I got packet going back here, so.
And if that's what we said, okay, we want to do this, then basically it's guaranteed for that year. I mean, that's our total cost for the year.
Yeah, so
Well,
there's
actually
the,
not, it would be per employee because we can have more or less employees.
yeah, so that's, I'm not sure what we
I think
factored that
that's
on.
based on 200.
200. So there is an annual increase of 3%, each year because it covers our increase to our labor, that we offer. And that's another reason why we're not doing a ton of, like, we don't really mess with there's that 3% space in there to kind of help with anything, especially like inflation or whatnot. So, I mean, we would not come to you and be like, oh, wait, you used it so much this first year, we're gonna take you up 10%. You're locked in at that rate. We are reviewing doing a cost increase January 1. However, you lock in prior to that and you're good. It's not gonna be anything extravagant. We just haven't done one in a few years.
Great. Are you involved in the remainder of the conversation, or were you just brought in to talk about the clinic?
No, they're good after this, so.
Awesome.
It's great. No, this is wonderful to talk about.
We're
And
excited.
is it in the same, I know the general area you're talking about, is it in the same structure that Memorial RDO?
Yes, it's that Memorial, so I think Memorial Commonwealth Spine was there.
So it's empty now? I mean,
It is.
Okay, I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Yeah, so.
I think that's the only thing they had over there. It's
I
almost half.
think so, yeah, it's right there.
It is empty now. So I can tell you.
And you can get it upfitted, staffed, and you think by whatever time you said, what was it, end of year? Sometime, November?
December
Yeah.
1st.
And you're doing it either way with us or without us, I mean, you've got enough participation that it's gonna happen.
Hopefully. We just put Madisonville up in 3 months, so I have no doubt we can do this.
I just didn't know how hard it was
Yeah.
to get an EKG machine set up and to get,
Yeah, no. We're pros now. We've done it several
nothing
times.
to it, right?
Yeah, we've done it several times.
Well, we're kind of expanding what we currently already offer with the Memorial, so we're
Yeah,
just
that's
taking that
true.
out of what we had in employer services and, because that'll separate. So what Dan's doing over at employer services will just be opt out, so. Yeah.
And really, is there room there for everybody? I mean, is there gonna be a cutoff, I guess, or is there just room there that you would expand and be able to meet a lot of needs?
In the space we're.
Right, the space that's there.
Oh, yeah, there's
Water.
room to go, yeah. That's why they put us there. This is, there's a need here and, we recognize it. I think it's gonna be very good for this area.
Mr. Rhodes, do you or Hutchins have any comments?
Originally, I think we are kind of at that size and strategically as a clinic is a viable option. I mean, since the original conversation, I've had some employees come in and talk about the clinic with me, so, positively, about opening one. So, I think it would be a good strategy to look at. I think having a built-in telehealth, being linked in with the hospital, understanding our networks and the referrals, I think this model would be a win-win for us.
I think it'd be the next step for your health plan, really.
Yeah.
And obviously you can see they're a lot cheaper than
And cost.
online. But then I think what you guys could do is tie your wellness plan through it. One thing I was gonna ask, do you guys ever get into like any management programs that you roll out for different groups, like a diabetes management program? Do you get into certain stuff like that, or is that additional add-ons?
So that's kind of what we'd be looking at with this wellness.
Yeah,
Like if you have an interest in that, yes, like we have some meetings this week actually where we're talking about how to incorporate.
Yeah.
Because that is a model that's rolling out like across the
Yeah.
US for these types of clinics to offer that in-house. You guys are already, like I said, really established here anyways with Memorial's Health and Wellness, that it would be really easy just to pick that up and.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's a lot of things, our employers take it,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having. If you guys have any questions, I know Mark, you have my contact information, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll see you.
Marky, would there be any problem with, everybody does it the the same day now, everybody does it,
Yeah.
would,
The
is
same
it, is there gonna be, roughly, is there anything that's gonna make this tougher for tracking people, to make sure that they get it in their year, that make it easier work?
No, well, actually, that's part of this proposal. I'm gonna propose going year round anyway. So, regardless of what we do with the clinic, I'm going to propose going, the opportunity to go year round if you was to go to your own primary care physician. Like,
So roll it based on date of employment, or how would you roll it?
well, let's just jump into it. Here. So,
So if you gave me two, I'll handle
well, yeah, this one, there you go. And I kinda got them in order here, of which we'll be going through them, and Max has also got some stuff he's gonna talk about as well, but, so I got two guys here,
Can you give me 1 second?
Oh, yeah.
The last time we talked about clinics, remember, we were gonna go in with other people, what did like 10 times as expensive?
Yeah, it was like we had to pay to set it all up.
Building,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
See, that's a good thing with the hospital, because obviously they're making bigger money other spots with partnering with Deaconess compared to like a Blue Mine. They're gonna be a little more expensive because they're solely making money on their clinic. Obviously
I think
Deaconess is making
we
money.
visited this years ago,
Yeah,
and it was like this big upfront cost.
yeah, you guys had to pay for probably the building and
I was
everything.
thinking many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it was just not fiscally gonna make sense.
Yeah.
So whenever I saw the Blue Mine, I'm like, it
Yeah.
sounds reasonable. Then I saw this one, it sounds.
Yeah, this one here really puts it in that, I think it really puts it in perspective that it's very doable.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
What was that cost?
I like that it's on my chart.
What's that?
I like that it's on my chart.
Oh, I know, oh, yeah.
That's, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly. So, let's just say $4.30, I think, in that range. Okay.
All right, so, I think first thing I'm gonna go over is wellness plan for 2026, what that'll look like. So you got two, the more of the fancier version, that's the current employee guide, and then I just kind of reworked the PDF, just so you guys got side-by-side comparisons if you wanna look side by side. So, if we was to look at page 1 here, in the 2026 guide here, all at the very top, the only thing that we've actually done change-wise there, we still do the quarterly wellness goal checks, 10 once per quarter. The only thing we did do is we removed Purdue Extension. Currently, they don't have anybody utilizing benefits there at that office. So we decided as a group it financially makes sense to have, if we do end up hiring some folks, to have them come to one of the other satellite offices.
So none of the employees there do wellness?
Nobody's utilizing, no current on wellness plan or utilizing medical plan benefits. Yeah. And then if we go down to department on-site programming, that is our lunch and learns that we've been doing. The change point there will be removing January and December, so we'll be doing them 10 months out of the year rather than 12 months out of the year. Again, the main reason we're gonna remove that Purdue Extension location.
Does the wellness committee think we're getting a return on our investments on those?
On the lunch and learns, we do have good utilization, good participation. We usually got good different variety of programming. Each site's got a committee member, so that polls their location of what interests them for a topic. And it's been a lot better than what we used to do with our random challenges that we used to do, so.
So I get it that people are participating, but is there value to the county to have them, I guess?
I think so, because you're, the topics that we're having, we're learning something, one of them here most recently, we had a dietitian, come in, we've had some with some financial resources before, so I think it's definitely something of value that we're.
Whatever they cost, do you feel like we're getting enough of a return to continue doing it?
Yeah.
I think here in the annex, we have close to 25, 30 people.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. to
Well,
question.
what my fear is, people are doing it because I'm getting paid anyway, this is better than.
No, it's
simple.
not a lunch hour.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
unpaid.
it is, they're all, it's always on
It's
that.
always at 12, 12:30 or right.
Because that's what I was assuming, maybe they hold it at 2:00 and they're like,
No.
meat sitting in here or whatever.
Yep, nope, it's all unpaid.
It's all,
We still got
it's actually literally lunch.
lunchtime. You get
I
to
think that
yes.
it's in the morning.
Yes.
So I would back up one more and ask about the quarterly goal checks. To
Okay.
me, and this is just me speaking personally, I get nothing out of that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know what we're paying for it, but I know it's kind of, I do it because my insurance says I have to do it.
Yeah.
And not because I think it's helping me. So I don't know if that, removing that requirement would be something we could do. I don't know if you get anything out of it.
Well, I guess the only thing that I think about, because you know how I can't set up when we're having a meeting here, I do the same thing with her when I meet with her. I just, hey, how's it going with all these other people? Are you catching anything? I would think most of the time you're gonna get nothing out of it, but when I went in December and my blood pressure was elevated, it opened my eyes. I wouldn't have caught it otherwise. So I get my blood pressure checked at least 4 times a year with her and 1 time with my doctor, and maybe 1 time at the wellness check, so 6 times a year. So I saw a trend, and then when it went up really high, it caught that for me. And I'm like, oh, I guess I should make some lifestyle changes or something, and I was able to bring it down. So I guess in that case, I get something out of it, but otherwise, I see what you're saying, that it's do you have any goals? I don't know. Here's how much you weigh, and so I don't know. It's one of those where if you catch somebody with blood pressures off the charts that day and you save their life because they get to go, maybe it's a benefit, but it is a bit of a hassle.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could go either way with it.
Right. And I think if we was to eliminate that, then we would open up we would have to get some sort of tracking system, because she is our tracker of all the health screens and stuff like that. So if we remove the wellness goal checks, we no longer have an on-site rep. So then, they'd have to default to me or whatever.
What our cost on that is.
It's about $1,000 a month. So about $12,000. Yeah. Average.
I think you get out of it what you put into it. If you put your goals and really work at your goals, she does a good job at it.
But I think the
But
people
if
who
you
put
don't-
goals and work at them are the same people that would do it without these checks.
I would agree.
I guess initially, my thought, if we were to vote on it, I would say, for that expense, I think we get that much value out of it, but you could say.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Right.
I think it's just
No,
$12,000.
I do have to say, when I went to get my screens read to me, I can read. I don't need you to read to me.
Sure, yeah.
But I went up to the department, she read them right off page 2.
Yeah.
But that's what I asked her again too. I said, I don't feel like I got a whole lot out of it, 'cause I can myself, but I said, did you catch anybody that had a life-changing kind of an event here? And she's like, yeah, there's a couple. There's people that it's like, you go through it, you're like, you should go see your primary care doctor today, or you should schedule it today for this week. So I mean, there's a few, but for the majority of people, it's gonna be a waste of time. I definitely agree.
That's what wellness is. There's not really a defined, you're gonna get
It's
this back.
very broad.
If you did want to bring it up and see what Commissioner Stephenson thought, we could talk about eliminating it, and we could say something. And like you said, it creates another cost to it, then you have to.
We will have to track it. Somebody's gonna have to track wellness versus non-wellness every year.
Compliance.
Compliance, yeah. So, yeah. Now, again, the timing of this is not perfect, but, the clinic discussion just happened, opening in December. If that does happen, it would be ready to roll by January of next year, which would be the 2026 benefit year. So, but we're kind of in a spot where we gotta, not knowing if we're gonna do the clinic, we're not gonna do the clinic, we gotta be thinking about 2026 now, so that's kind of why we're making proposals, recommendations, changes, and whatnot, so. But, getting a clinic option, that opens up some different avenues as well.
So Commissioner, would you think that what would be an alternative to it? Or would there not need to be an alternative when we stop doing the wellness part of it?
I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence there. I don't know, what is wellness moving the needle, do you think?
It's hard to gauge. It's really hard to put a financial number on it.
Right. Like, I think the annual screenings is a good thing, because.
Sure, yes, for sure.
But as far as the wellness portion of it, I don't see a lot of value there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because I don't know how to measure it, or because there's not a lot of value there. So.
I think I get something out of it. It does annoy me every time that I need to do it, and I'm like, oh, that's what's going on.
Yeah, so got something else I gotta do.
Right, it's off the my calendar, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely get that it's, I guess I get something out of it, but I'm only one out of 200 people.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely something we can keep on the table and we can talk with the other
I think it's
commissioners.
gonna depend on the, if you guys decide to roll out the clinic, because then we can re-look at everything, really.
I mean, if we go to the clinic option, we could actually link some stuff to the clinic.
Yeah.
Filter, you gotta have so many clinic visits or something, you know, to go and have to check your nostrils. We got some stuff.
So is it your thoughts that on the clinic, the thing that we do the once a year now, where you come in and get your blood, your weight, your biometrics?
Yeah.
So would we maybe require a person to go to the clinic twice a year, biometric day, whatever it is, and then another just a regular visit?
Yeah, that's what I would suggest, yeah.
So if we could do something like that, at least. the person
Instead
gets
of
twice a year. Because me, if my blood pressure was really high in December, I didn't learn about it until July. That's quite a bit of a time. But if you get 2 visits, that's at least a little better.
Yeah.
But we can get to.
Yeah. And again, right now, health screenings, right now, I've got it set up just the same as it always is, you know, not knowing how the clinic's gonna go, we would do on-sites in June, you know? However, I did open up the time right now, it's currently just a two-month window, like July to August to do your health, or I'm sorry, May 1st to July 1st, if you wanna go your own PCP. I actually have opened that up, would be like October 1st of 2025 through September 30th of 2025, or 2026, it's 2025, whenever it would be 2026. And the reason for that is a lot of people, I think, Nick, you're right, you're one of them too, that you do yours you want to do yours outside that window, and I think that it's by your birthday. I think it's your employer.
Our employer does it by birthday.
So this here would be able to capture that health screen.
Okay.
So that was my idea there, as well as also, we're gonna talk about this here in a little bit, but I'm also recommending adding any covered spouses. They have to go through a health screen and meet 3 of the 5 screening criteria. Obviously spouses, they are, you know, contributing a lot to the cost of the plan. So, and we don't do anything to gauge them right now, and a lot of employers are, so I've recommended us look at that route. And then also open it up for a year-round of a health screen. We would be able to include any of those, because a lot of spouses get screened at their employer, so we can take those screens, and then right now, of course, they would turn that into the one.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest doing that going forward, requiring spouses. We just did a review with UGS last week. They came in here, and I think 39% of your guys' total spend is spouse and dependent. So
How much?
39% of your total spend.
Spouse
So most wellness plans, I mean, even on our Houchins wellness plan, my wife has to go in and get something done, you know, for us to get on that wellness plan that we have at Houchins. So I highly suggest it.
Screen results sessions down there, I did leave them. However, we could look at implementing, going to a wellness goal check to get those reviewed rather than a special session. At your next scheduled quarterly wellness goal check, then she could review the screens at that time.
I think we should absolutely do that one.
If we keep the wellness goal check, you know.
Right, if we're gonna have one, why make somebody go up, because that was
Sure.
the 5th.
Right.
Your quarterly plus another one. Do you agree with that? And just have her do it the next time you come in for your quarterly.
The results session where they review the screens, you just review them at your next quarterly wellness goal check.
And you can put a check mark next when you're done, but if you don't do it, then that's you not being compliant.
Sure, exactly, yeah. We're gonna go to the next page where we're talking about with the heading says health screening standards. Recommended changes, what were done there. A couple of years ago, we tightened up the blood pressure and the glucose numbers. This year, we would like to tighten up the cholesterol. It's currently less than 219. We'd like to go less than 210. And then we're also adding a waist circumference in conjunction with BMI. So women would be less than 35, men less than 40. That's what Memorial, they made that recommendation with the BMI. So that's always one that, I mean, even the fittest person sometimes don't need BMI, it's just how it's classified and set up.
You find with tightening up the cholesterol, as I mentioned, and
Adding waist circumference,
so waist,
It's BMI or.
BMI or waist circumference standard.
yeah, I think that's fine, because people, like, every time I've ever gotten my BMI, the medical professional always says, this is kind of, in a nice way, they say this is kind of stupid, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Waist circumference and how people carry their weight is more important.
Yes.
My physician says that, and
It's
there's.
kind of how, what they talked about.
And that's what we discussed about wellness.
Well, if you carry a heavy muscle mass, you tend to.
Well, and they also talked about, can we even just get rid of it, but.
Yeah.
Do you have any problem with them changing the BMI part? I don't care, the waist, so that'd be good too.
The only other changes to the wellness plan here right now, I want to go down to the reasonable alternatives. This here is basically another, just a cost savings. Cost savings as well as utilizing our current resources. Of course, we have several reasonable alternatives you can do, but we're looking at 2026, switching out Fit Fuels nutrition course with the on-site dietitian. Because right now, the wellness team, we've got that on-site dietitian that comes around to 3 locations once a month. So that's going pretty good. So we would like to have 3 visits with a dietitian as a reasonable alternative option. And that would be built into the BMI.
Is that listed on here?
Yeah, yes,
I'm looking for it here. 3 recommended preventive screenings.
right here. Rescheduled meetings with on-site dietitian.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, you got any problem with that?
None.
Okay, that one's good too.
And that's all I've got to propose, in this particular guide. The other thing that's gonna kind of link up to the wellness will be this next one. And again, this here, additional wellness requirements for spouses, for 2026. Any covered spouse on the DuBois County Health Plan will be required to participate in the annual health screen and meet 3 to 5 screening standards. And then, of course, if they don't, then they'd be subject to those reasonable alternative options. And then number 2, of course, to earn the wellness discount, which would be a premium deductible, both the covered employee and the spouse must participate and earn the discount. Only the employee would be subject to the wellness gold checks quarterly. But
First off, you agree with having the spouses be on the plan? Or you are not on the plan, they're on the plan. Do you agree with these requirements?
Yes. I still would like to have removed the secondary, insurance part of it. Because I still.
That we are secondary?
I still think it's fair that we're paying out before some of the high deductible
I think
plans that they carry.
if we did an audit on there could be some big savings on it. I just know it's not gonna be liked by a lot of people probably, because you'll probably see a lot of people on secondary using it.
yeah,
Right.
lots of there.
Yeah.
But I mean,
So is that something we're gonna bring up later in?
That's not a proposal. That's not a proposal for today. No.
How about this? That's a pretty significant change. So how about can you come back next time on that? We'll just talk about that one thing when all 3 commissioners are here.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I think that's gonna fire up some people.
If you eliminate the secondary, you're
Yes.
talking about, okay, yeah.
And there's some employees I'm sure that are listening to the meeting as we speak. I'd like to, whatever. It's gotta be ultimately up to us and what's good for the plan and for the community as a whole, but if they have feedback, we can take that too.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you to talk about it when all 3 of us are here for that one?
Yeah.
So would you mind bringing that back
That's
next
fine.
time?
I actually will not be here for the next commissioners meeting, but the next.
After that? But, yeah, as far as this additional wellness requirement for spouses, I was a little, I guess when I first heard about it many months ago, I thought it might be, logistically might be difficult to manage, but I think it's probably, we're legitimately looking for ways to save money on our plan and actually have some people get a little healthier. I think it's almost a requirement to do something like that. I'm actually the same way.
What's that?
You're saying that this is the.
Oh, no, I agree. Oh, yeah, we talked about it.
But
All right.
So you have the secondary people on, but the spouses who are on, you go through health screenings, is what you're saying?
Well, currently,
Some spouses are going to be on.
sure. Yeah, they don't pay any other insurance.
Kind of talking about two different things. So basically, you guys have a working spouse to carve out.
Yes.
But you allow people to still come back and elect secondary coverage.
Yeah.
Which other employers.
If they have their own insurance, that's their primary.
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't always get paid that way, because you guys plan.
Well, they should always be paid through theirs first and then us coming
Yeah.
second. I mean, I know I had that own experience
Yeah.
myself.
The problem with that is if somebody's got a $5,000 deductible and ours is $1,500, everything from $1,500 to $5,000, the county's gonna pay, and then their insurance kicks in. So even though we're secondary, it would get paid first from our account.
Is that right?
Yeah, we had a talk with UGS. I mean, it's kind of hard for them to manage it, see what's getting paid, or, what's getting sent to them as far as claims wise.
Well, I know with myself, I have to send all his EOBs
Yeah, it will.
before they touch anything. So it's not as easy as clicking it up,
It's not as easy, but it still happens.
but it still happens, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it probably be a good, and we'll talk about it later, but it'd be a good thing to audit it for sure. Because no other employers really around here allow secondary. Because some fall through the crack of it. But it's a working spouse. If your spouse gets offered minimum essential coverage through their employer, they have to take it. So, but.
So then, my next part of the question was, if there are spouses on it that are not covered somewhere else or don't have
Yeah.
that, then they have to go through the screens.
If you would still want to achieve the wellness plan, yeah.
I guess, do we wanna make a motion on anything, or we just, or on what was presented on the wellness side? To go ahead and say, hey, this is gonna be official, or do we wanna wait, or?
I mean, we're doing it by consensus now. I think we're just saying what we agreed to, but, we can make it formal. Sandy, you can take it no record of what we said we were okay with.
I have a few notes, but I go back and listen.
And that's fine too, I just didn't wanna get, confused what was approved, what wasn't approved.
So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I have to grab my papers back out to say what we approved and what we didn't so far. So, how about this, the things, trying to think of what we did agree to so far, we agreed
You
to.
kind of said, yes, we could remove Purdue as a location.
Yeah, removing of the location, the lunch and learns, I think we were good with those.
Open the, provider provided screenings from October 1st to September 30th of the following year.
Open them up for a year.
Require spouses to screen, you talked about that, change the BMI and to waist, adding or waist and the cholesterol number to 210. Change the alternatives, to get rid of fit fuel and to add the dietitian.
And doing the quarterly, or doing the results session at the quarterly wellness health check. And then, of course, adding spouses to the screen.
Yes, my question, would, if we discuss later, like the.
I was gonna say, if we remove all of that, that's
Then,
different,
then we need to
revisit that.
probably revisit that, or maybe just leave that off for now.
I was gonna say, whatever, it's just like I think anything else we do, we could make a rule this time and change the rule completely next time.
Okay.
Because
if we keep the quarterlies, I'm perfectly okay with that screening being
At the quarterly.
at the quarterly.
But if we don't do the quarterly,
Quarterly, then we obviously need screening results. So-
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
I would almost rather, if you're gonna make other changes, do them all then, don't do parts here and parts there, and then you get mixed up on what you did where.
Right.
We'll just revisit this wellness.
That's nice.
I'll put the recommended changes that we kind of made a consensus to, I'll put that in there, and then we can.
That sounds great, because Mr. Reese has a chance to look at it.
Because you can make something here and then next time go, oh no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
but do you feel like you're gonna take record of everything that we agreed to, and then he's going to present it to us as a whole?
I'll put in that you are looking at these changes.
Okay.
But I tried to make it clear, whatever, at least the two of us agreed on and what we wanted to push off. So you're thinking as you revisit, as you re-listen to it, you'll make a list, and then we can do it as a whole next time. Am I following you? Does that work for you? Okay, because right
He
now,
won't be here next time.
It'll be probably, 4 weeks before I get back on, because I won't be here that Monday, the next Monday, you guys have a meeting.
And the next Monday, I have to leave early. I have my conference that day. I have to get up to Indianapolis that afternoon.
so in 2 meetings from now,
I'll come back.
you'll come back and you'll say, remove Purdue, lunch and learn thing.
Yep.
We'll make it a
Spouses.
formal thing.
Yep.
So you're tracking what he and I are agreeing to today to move on, because if one of us doesn't agree to it, then
Then we need to.
Then we would have that.
Right, there you go, there you go. Okay.
No, if you can keep that all in track, that would be great.
The next thing we're gonna go over is these sheets right here. It's got the current proposal 1, proposal 2. And I don't know how in-depth you guys want me to go talking about this. I got them set up like this so you guys can do a side-by-side comparison with what we got currently versus proposal 1. That one's a more conservative approach. Yes, we are making changes to premiums, deductibles, max out of pockets, but it's more conservative. Proposal number 2, definitely more impactful, but definitely a lot of bigger changes there. So
is the pharmacy change a completely different thing?
yes, that'll be next. That'll be
Let's just do that one.
next.
Okay, we'll do that last. We'll
Okay.
look at these 3 pages first.
This is just the medical plan. So this is gonna be, the wellness premiums monthly for employee only, employee spouse, employee children and family. And then down below, the non-wellness premiums are set up monthly. And then followed by wellness and non-wellness deductibles for individual and family. As well as wellness and non-wellness max out of pockets for the individual and family. So I got it set up there, like I said, so you got to compare them right across the board as to where we're at currently versus a proposal 1, proposal 2, or anything in between, but this is kind of what we've put together. And I can go down these individually if you want me to, or I just don't know how much you want me to ramble up here, so.
How about you give us, what I'd like is just a minute to review it.
Okay, yeah.
And as you said, these are proposals, but we can do any amount in between the 2 of them, or.
Yep.
Or
nothing, or whatever, yeah, exactly, so.
Are these based on the COBRA rates or anything like we talked about in the past, or no?
No, I think you just.
These are just your employee contribution amounts right now. Yeah.
Right,
I think we
base
can.
that on a percentage of our
And
COBRA.
they are around that percentage, yes, yep. Proposal 1 is more on that, what you were talking about, I think it was 3%, 5%, I can't remember exactly what it was.
6%, 5%, I had it, I can't remember.
And, as I plugged these numbers in, I did do the percentage though, and they were fairly close to what.
So where's our biggest expense coming from? Is it gonna be from people that have family plans? Is it gonna be for, I mean, my goal for one is I wanna keep employee only. You want your employee to get the best benefit. And if you add people on, they should be paying significantly higher for that. But do you have any comments on that? I mean, where are we finding?
Already specialty groups,
Yeah,
that's a big one.
You have
We'll hit on that next.
some cancers. I don't know if we broke it down completely in depth. It's employee, family, but a lot of them, just thinking off of your large claimant report, it's a lot of families. There's a few spouses on there, a few dependents that are driving some big claims.
And you're never gonna change that,
Yeah, and some of the,
because they're not covered somewhere else.
yeah.
Sure, yeah, it's not a lot, if the
Yeah.
spouses are not covered, then they're gonna default here anyway, so. A lot of those costs we would incur regardless, so.
I mean, for proposal 1, that is almost no, I mean, it's so insignificant that there's not much to it, right? I mean, basically we're rounding the numbers up. I mean, there's not a whole lot of.
On the premium,
premium
yeah, premiums, very little changes in the premiums on proposal 1. Yeah. And the deductible, 250 to 500 to 1,000 difference in there.
Commissioner Huster, you have any initial thoughts on it, or you still want a little more time?
I'm kind of looking through here, trying to see what the annual impact might be on a family,
Yeah,
for example.
like I've said this before too, and it's kind of puts you in a spot, you know, given council, they've announced a 2% increase, so, we're trying to, we obviously know we've got to make some changes to the medical plan, but trying to be, open-minded to know, you know, like you said, employees and their family's financial situation as well, to be able to make changes, but yet not, make it financially outreach, so to speak. And, you know, we can make a motion on these changes today, or we can come back, you know, whatever you guys, however you guys want to proceed on these, so.
So just looking at non-wellness family, if you add the additional premium plus the difference in the deductible and the max out of pocket, you're looking at $2,790.64.
If you use a lot of
If
insurance.
you,
Right,
you,
but that could be your max.
your high utilization.
How much did you say, $2,000?
$2,790.64.
That means a little bit extra you pay for wellness, or for premium,
Premium,
A little
deductible
bit
difference, max out of pocket difference.
and you're looking at, the difference on plan one, or plan two?
This is proposal one.
So where does that, let me see where that comes from. So they'd be paying, like if it was employee only, he's paying, say, $2 extra a month there, so that's $24.
I might have done math in the second round, I might have done it too.
So I'm thinking just plus 24, and then on, wellness, that'd be deductibles, that'd be another 250. I'm just looking at an individual, and then for max out of pocket, so for an individual, the max worst would be $524 if they were on wellness.
Well, wellness employee only?
Yes, wellness employee only would be $24 or more premium, $250 more in deductible, and $250 in out of pocket. Does that make sense, or is that, am I following there? And then,
Yeah.
I guess we do the same way.
And I guess before I kind of want to do that with all of these before I.
And that's fine. Sure.
But I guess I can give you my thoughts on it, and if you wanna hold this off too, but we'll probably have to make that decision.
I would probably, that next meeting, we probably do need to lock down some direction, at least. Or at least not I guess it'd be, that first meeting in September, I'd say we definitely have to.
Yeah, because we'll probably start marketing your stop loss about a month from now, when we get through August, or get through July's claims. But one thing to keep in mind, I mean, even if you went proposal 2, that's what we kind of suggested, me and Houchins. If you guys are leaning towards a clinic, you know, that's a good way where you could say, unfortunately, we do have to increase your contributions this year. We do have to raise your deductible and out of pocket. However, we're rolling out this brand new benefit, this clinic. You can take your family members there. It's a $0 copay. You get some of your prescriptions filled there. So you can kind of tie that into there instead of people just saying, oh, you're raising my rates this much, my deductible out of pocket's going up, why?
Yeah, I'm thinking even in my family, I know I'm on one prescription, and it's, I don't know, it's $5 a month for whatever our generic is.
$5.
So that's $60, right? I'll save $60 by going to the clinic, right? And getting it to them for free. And if my wife also has 1 or 2 of those, it's another $60 I'll save. That's not, and then we probably buy at least an antibiotic every year, so that's another amount. So there are some little savings that will come from that, and if I don't have to pay any out of pocket for going to them, so like
You're not gonna have to meet a deductible or a max out of pocket or anything like that. It's gonna be free.
It's a great.
Right, so I'll get a few free things if I do utilize the clinic.
Yeah.
If that happens. But I guess Commissioner Osler, what I was looking at, one thing that I bring up for at least your consideration is the non-wellness is always my sticking point.
Yeah.
We want people to do some minimum things to improve their wellness. So there's gonna be a number of employees, 30, that are on non-wellness or so.
Yeah.
And those non-wellness.
There's a handful. Now, given all new hires will default to non-wellness automatically, but
So I'm saying,
not saying we couldn't change that.
like, we went to proposal one, for example, I would say that the non-wellness people, I would make more than what this is, but probably
Okay.
not quite to where this one is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know if you don't agree, but do you know?
Because I went through tier 2 here, as wellness, I did tier 1 on non-wellness, tier 2 on wellness, and tier 2 came up to, on math here. If you're on wellness for a family, you have the deductible, the increase in the deductible, increase in max out of pocket, you're looking at a possible impact of $3,242 a year. And it's a lot for some families if that happens.
And if you're making, you'd have to be making what, $70,000? No more than that, you'd have to be making more than what we pay our average employee. The wage increase won't cover that. That being said, people have been getting an additional benefit the last many years. You know, you don't fill it in your pocket, you can't put it in your gas tank, but if our plan now costs us $5,000 more per employee each year, that's a benefit that they've been getting that they haven't paid for.
Right.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I want to be.
I understand, I think we need to try to keep up with this on an annual basis. So some years we make a little bigger, you know, just like we do with salary increases. Every year we could look at them, and every year they're, 2, 3, 4, whatever, 5%. I think we need to start doing the same here. We might have to adjust bigger, a little bit bigger for a while to catch up. But doing like one big jump, it kind of scares me for some people.
But see, on the other end, I look at it, and I don't want, if I'm an employee, I don't want my stuff fiddled with every year. I get the Band-Aid pulled off one time, I'm in the pain, then I know for the next several years, they're gonna leave me alone. So I guess that's another way that you don't have to give people bad news every year.
Right.
But if we were gonna make a decision on this stuff today, I would probably suggest we get some increases on the non-wellness people. That's a minimum of what I think we should do, because again, we want to encourage people to do the things that are better for them and better for the plan.
And you're meaning contributions are deductible and out of pocket too?
All three of those.
All three, yeah.
So instead of, for example, an individual non-wellness, instead of 2,500, maybe 3,000. Again, just make it more painful to keep them healthy.
That's the way to put it.
I don't totally disagree with you, but I don't think our wellness program quarterly visits essentially account for our wellness program. And I just don't,
but if they don't,
you got tobacco, not tobacco. Let's say I'm not a tobacco user. I do our quarterly, but I eat a cheeseburger from McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm essentially doing this very unhealthy lifestyle, but I'm considered wellness because I go to a quarterly visit.
Yeah, health
We're
green.
not benefiting people who are being healthy, we're benefiting people who follow the rules of this plan.
But don't those same people, if they don't hit the 3 out of 5, they have to do an alternative.
Correct.
Right, so they get an additional education piece, they get an additional, and you're saying you think that that's not of much value, potential?
I don't know that it's of so much value that we should punish them too hard.
Right, and that's why I wouldn't necessarily think we go to 2, but maybe a little more than 1.
So I think the screening is probably the most valuable part of our wellness plan.
Sure.
And we really want to encourage that screening. But beyond that screening, I just don't think our plan is very robust on the wellness side of it.
Do you have experience somewhere else where it is more robust or more successful?
Not really.
Okay, I don't either. I mean, like it were at
A lot of it is, it's a lot, unfortunately, a lot of it with any wellness program, a lot of it is just, you got these requirements and you're checking these boxes.
Mhm.
You know, I know when I came here, the county, the only requirement was to get the wellness screen. There was, you didn't have to meet nothing, you had to get it done, you know? That was the original. So we did some things since then, but.
And I guess if we took away some of this And the screenings identified people that needed to improve, and we had alternatives for those people, and they participated in those alternatives to get to wellness. I think that is one thing. I think the people who do the screening and pass their 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or whatever it is, those people, I mean, honestly, I would just go ahead and slide them over to the wellness side of it and call it good and eliminate those quarterly visits, because I don't find value in the quarterly visit. And I know you said you do, but
Some of us go every month.
I don't see where that gets you a $5,000 discount on your insurance.
Do you think it's valuable to you?
I go every month just because I work on my goals, but if you don't, that's you. Because to me, she came and keeps me accountable.
So how did you come up with your numbers? What were your thoughts behind this one?
Just looking at really across the industry standard, looking at different county governments. You guys are, I mean, even still, and I mean, it's not obviously would be popular, but even having the proposal too, you guys have a $2,000 out of pocket. I mean, that's still way below industry standard. I mean, across the state. But we just kind of put stuff together and then looked at other comparisons we have, our book of business, what we can see online and stuff, and kind of came up with those. Obviously, a big jump, but like I said, it's not going to be popular. But it's just stuff we're kind of throwing out there. And
so you're saying even with this proposal, we would still be low?
I mean, on your 100 out of pocket, yeah, a 2,000 out of pocket. Most, I mean, you're seeing, I mean, most, and obviously county government's different. Obviously, a lot of different things go into that, but yeah, 2,000 out of pocket is still quite low.
Good. So you want to sit on it?
I do.
So that'll be another one that we'll bring there, and I guess you have to be prepared to make a determination and then make the final decision. So I'm gonna save this for, what meeting would that be, August, the first meeting in August?
I don't have a date on here, it says August.
Take a little calendar.
Monday.
God, August the 4th is the first meeting, make the 18th the second.
Thank you. Okay, so next we're on to prescription.
Prescription pharmacy changes. So, similar, we got at the very top, I got current, proposal 1, proposal 2. Tier 1, no changes, generics, $5, across all 3 proposals. Tier 2, the preferred brand, currently we're at 20% copay. That proposal 1 would be a 30% copay. Proposal 2 would also be a 30% copay. Tier 3, non-preferred brand, currently a 40% copay. Proposal number 1 would be a 50% copay. Proposal number 2 would be a 50% copay.
And that is if, let's say there's 3 drugs that do the same thing, right? They're advertised to, I just make something, lower blood pressure, right?
Yeah.
And I can get the generic for $5.
Yeah.
Or I can get the new premium, and my doctor says, hey, we think you should do the new premium one. Then you've got to pay for it even if the doctor recommends that one over the generic.
Right, yeah.
And it's still considered a preferred brand, and you're out of pocket more as a.
You're gonna pay that, you're gonna be out of pocket more on that copay. Yeah.
Right, because I mean, there's always a new drug came out with a new chemical composition that. It does a similar action. And some people will claim, well, even though the chemical makeup of the pill is the same, if it says sertraline instead of Zoloft, then the Zoloft brand works better for me. I mean,
exactly.
They pay more. They're going to pay more for it if they have to use it, even if the doctor medically says that they should.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear that there weren't loopholes on that, or if there were.
Tier 4, the specialty. Tier 1, 20% copay. Tier 2, a 50% copay. That's what it is currently. Proposal number 1 would be a 40% copay in Tier 1, 50% copay in Tier 2.
Can you explain what that means, Tier 1 and Tier 2 in that context?
it's just a different class that particular.
Specialty.
Yeah, it's that drugs are in those
A
different
lot of your
classes.
tier 2 specialties are what typically you have people on your patient assistance programs. You know, like through TrueScripts, they handle those, and then you get in like your manufacturing assistance, copays. Those are typically all falling under tier 2. So you're not really seeing all of those. The ones that you'd be more focused on is that tier 1.
So the majority
Does that make
of
sense?
specialty drugs go under tier 1.
Yeah, because if they fall under tier 2, usually you'll have patient assistance program if those people are under that household income, which you guys have quite a few people getting PAP currently.
And then proposal number 2, tier 4, specialty drugs, they be excluded. We would no longer, insure specialty drugs. So, obviously, proposal number 2 is, more extreme. Proposal number 1's more conservative, but it is moving the needle in the right direction. Currently, individual deductible on prescriptions is $2,000, families $4,000. Proposal number 1 would be $4,000 and $8,000. And proposal 2, $3,000 and $6,000. And the benefit of increasing the deductibles is co-pays and deductibles. There are programs like we got RX Protect and that. People could be helping us out here by joining these RX Protect plans. They wouldn't be out this month, but they choose not to. So if they're choosing not to, now it's gonna hit their pocketbook a little bit.
So it's the same argument I'm making with the non-bonus.
Sure, yeah, it would help us out, you know.
We've got a product for you.
A solution.
It'll take you one extra step for the solution,
Yes.
but it'll save you money, it'll save the plan.
And we've got several people that's on RX Protect that went really well. We've actually got 40-some members, I think, it's on that, so a lot of TrueScripts report. I mean, we got great utilization there, but, we still got some outliers that's, that impact the plan, so.
So why would proposal 2 have lower deductibles than 1?
Just because you're no longer covering specialty drugs, which is your huge driver.
I don't know if I'd go down that route.
Of getting rid of specialty
Yeah,
drugs?
excluding it completely. You could have, I mean, you got quite a few people filling it here, you could have, they could be looking other places. There's not many companies out there that are completely just excluding specialty, meaning, there's no coverage on the back end for them at all.
Are there, I don't know how many other local units, do you have other local units of government? That you-
No,
that housing works on?
No, I mean, throughout Kentucky they do, but we don't have, even on our team's book of business, I don't know if we have anyone that's completely just excluding specialty. And I talked with Brianna, who's your guys' account manager at TrueScripts this morning. I think she said she has like 3 across her whole book across the country.
I was thinking that one of the other units didn't do it here.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, that's what they told me.
Well, there's different, so there's different wording on it. So basically you have to have it in your plan doc. And so basically what you guys are saying is you're excluding specialty, but there's other options outside, like patient assistance program, manufacturing assistance programs, and sometimes you can get even RX Protect. But I'm talking more so just saying, hey, it's not covered. There's no options with TrueScripts. If it's a specialty drug, good luck. That's what I'm referring to as completely excluding it. Does that make sense?
So like here, if I had a specialty, I think it does, but if I had a specialty drug and it's $10,000 a month, then I would, in January, I would pay, if it's a tier 1, I'd pay 40% of that, right? So I pay $4,000 a month 1. If I'm an individual employee, then for the rest of the year I get it for free because that first month I cover.
Once you hit it all, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And currently deductibles $2,000, $4,000, so, and the price of prescriptions, especially on those branded specialty things.
That comes out to, if you guys would roll out the proposal 1, you're looking at an annual savings of right over $45,000 to the plan. That's direct to the plan.
I think.
Which is nothing.
No.
Because when I send them money now, I'm sending in between $300,000 and $500,000 a month.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Mark, you said too, is if you let them maybe feel a little more pain, they may start looking even more at the RX Protect. I have a report we're gonna go over. There's still quite a bit, 37 still unique medications that aren't getting filled through Rx Protect that still could. So I think, if you raise it up a little bit here, some people say, hey, I can maybe get this for free over here and save our county some money. But
I think that's what Mr. Rhodes would do, whenever somebody came in front of him, if I came to you and said, I'm feeling some pain here with this, what, is there something I can do?
Yeah.
If it fits, you would say, do this.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, so I think proposal one seems like a fair route to go, and, Max, like you said, yeah, I think that's where I would be. I think proposal one looks fine. That's where I would be, but we can talk about it again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel kind of the same way, but again, I'd love to hear Teresa's.
Fair enough. Yep. That's all I've got, so I'll turn it over to you for some updates and.
Give me 1 minute.
You've already missed Mark, you with one? You got him. Okay.
Yeah, I got that, yeah.
Love these health insurance meetings. These are fun.
Yeah.
If you want it or not.
For sure. If you want to, you can put them down, you can put one down on her.
Okay, yeah.
Val collected them for her.
Yeah, okay. I'll wait for Nick to come back.
So in the spousal part, we could either remove the secondary coverage, right? That's an option.
That is an
Or the other one is we could put a surcharge for them, for that?
You can't really surcharge it.
I don't know what I've got here.
You charge an amount, and if they have other coverage, or if they don't have other coverage, then you credit them.
You can do credits, you can't do surcharges.
It's
I-
kind of
Kind
like
of similar, kind of similar like
Yeah,
tobacco
yeah,
thing.
reverse.
But, yeah,
So that was the other thing we were talking about, right? Tobacco making that a different thing, a whole different thing, and that's where it would be a problem potentially.
Yeah, we would have another.
You had to scrap that as an idea.
Yeah, I just scrapped it right now because I don't think logistically, it'd just be a lot of different deduction codes.
yeah, you have to.
It'd be a lot.
Yeah, there'd be another layer to it, where you probably have to do tobacco wellness, non-tobacco wellness, then non-tobacco, non-wellness, or tobacco.
We already have, what, 8 codes?
Yeah, it'd be a whole nother layer.
Yeah, basically it'd be a double. You'd have.
Be 16 codes then.
Sure. Exactly. It'd be
And
double.
that's a logistical nightmare trying
So that one I handed you, so there's 2 sheets there, or 2 pieces of paper there. So basically the one, if you look at the top, the one is from last year. Keep in mind, your guys' stop loss runs on 11/1. Your benefits are on a 1/1, but your stop loss runs 11/1 through end of October. So basically, we're just comparing your year-to-date plan cost from last year, which is obviously a whole year, and then compared to this year so far. So this has been 11/1 through April. This is what UGS came in last week, and Marky and I had met with them and kind of just compare this comparison, what you're looking at so far through those first 6 months.
So the one ACA fees, and then there's no ACA fees, what's that, $2,000?
Is that the Picori?
Yeah, correct.
We just paid them.
Yeah. And it wouldn't have been on there because this is through
This is through April, we
Yeah,
just paid them.
yeah, it would have been
Okay.
for June.
I think it's due July, but we just.
Yeah.
And do we front load our fixed costs? Because it looks like we paid 2/3 of what we paid last time already.
Fixed cost should be every month.
Yeah.
Fixed costs went up a little bit, it looks like, yeah, we should have had 2/3 of them paid already.
The big thing obviously is your specific stop loss. with the increase you guys got as of 11/1, that's obviously a big driver. That's what you're paying for your specific deductible for everyone on the plan.
So would you say bottom line wise, we're running similar to where we were last year?
Running similar, yeah, on your fixed costs, I mean, yeah. Like I said, the big thing was you guys we had a big spec obviously increase at 11/1 when we renewed, just because your plan was running hot last year, way over expected claims costs, but, running similar.
The good news is, on a positive note though, right now we're at 92% of expected on the ag report, which was up over 100 last
I
year.
think it was 123, but,
Yeah.
and then also something that you'll probably see factor even into more of this, you had those 2 large claimants late years come off the plan. So those would have been hitting some, but obviously they won't be hitting going forward. But, that's something to keep in mind, and then we should be able to see claims through June later this week too.
Yeah, so we're trending at year end of being right around $5 million for a total expense, and last year was right around $5 million, so that's.
On your fixed costs,
Yeah, correct. Well, on the year to date.
Yeah, correct,
The
yeah.
total, so we were, I'll take flat.
Yeah.
Flat-ish even is good, but.
Well, and then positive note, if we continue to run at that 92% rather than that 123, then at renewal time, we'll be in a better place.
Yeah, but then hopefully see those spec rates don't increase obviously like they did last year.
Yeah.
If we're at 92%, will it still go up?
You'll see a little bit, you get into trend and everything, I mean, medical trend, everything's going up, depends who you ask, it's anywhere from 6 to 9%, but we did take that big bite obviously last year, and your stop loss carrier is gonna keep that in mind, so hopefully we keep it down, but it's gonna depend on the next couple months still of claims we gotta see. Questions on that? I got 2 other things.
No.
I just want to share, I got a whole booklet I can give you from UGS, but I don't know if you guys want to look through it all. And another one, this one's pretty telling. I was going to bring this up earlier. I'll set another one for you. So this actually breaks down exactly what is your annual cost per employee. Just compared, same thing last year compared to so far this 6 months. As you see last year, basically, your estimated annual cost per employee, you guys are paying on, $22,700. That is for all the employees, I think, average of 217. This year slightly increasing. You're seeing so far through those first 3 months or 6 months, 23,600. This is something Mark and I talk about pretty often. I know we've written that report on it as well. You'll see down there at the bottom, there's the graph chart. When we were talking with Dave at UGS, he said you guys are very in line with other county governments. It's typical. But other health plans, obviously you're getting into private companies and different options there. So it's hard to compare just directly yours with those, the HMO, the high deductible health plan and the PPO.
Those other plans seem higher than on the charge you've given us before. But maybe it's just my memory is not correct. But
What's that?
it seems like these annual costs per employee, that how the chart is run, these seem higher, the other 4 categories. The HMO, each of those seems closer to us than what we've seen in the past, or what I remember seeing in the past. So really,
Yeah, because it's definitely not just us getting hit with the medical increase. It's like Mike says, it's definitely a United States trend, so.
yeah, so actually, just for the employee's sake, it's an $11.06 an hour benefit. You're making $20 an hour, it's really costing the county $31 an hour plus.
which I think
Plus some
is,
other stuff that's not even included here.
yeah,
So it's important, it's expensive to have employees.
yeah.
But that's how it goes.
But, no, I always
That's your most valuable resource.
Yeah.
Too efficient tonight.
No, I wanted to show you that. Any questions on that? I think it's kind of telling when you actually see what it costs per employee.
So where it says all plans, is that the average, I guess, of the other three?
Going across, yeah.
So we're what, $3,200 higher than the average plan? So,
And that's just, obviously the richer benefits play a big part in there, but.
Yeah.
Any questions on that? I got one more thing, and I think we'll be done.
Yep, I'm ready to move on.
Last thing, so, sorry, what's that?
I think we're ready to move on.
Last thing, the RX Protect, just an update. I know we just ran a parking crush here with you guys. So this is just as of today. Currently, you guys are projected, since we rolled out RX Protect for 2025, it's everything, everyone that's currently enrolled in RX Protect, it's gonna bring about $125,000 in savings. So I went to RX Protect and said, okay, we'll also rerun it again, show what the opportunity is for people that still have not elected into that. You'll see there's still 37 different unique medications that can be filled. And one thing to keep in mind, this is only for 3 months worth of data. So that net savings of $36,000, you need to take that times 4. So, and you're roughly looking at about $144,000 opportunity still out there. These are people that are filling medications, paying for them, but they could also go the RX Protect route and get these 100% free delivered to their door. And I know, and the thing is, he's good on, he's on.
Yeah, we did, portion newsletter, we did mailers to the households, because I get the RX Protect, and they tell me, who's eligible.
This is.
Help us save money so we can.
Well, honestly, I've said that in the newsletter, and I'll say it again. Some of these changes that we're recommending, we wouldn't have to be doing this today if we had a little help. But we didn't get the help that we needed, so here we are talking about increases to, overall benefit.
That's why you're giving a
So,
2% raise, because we can't afford it.
and it's unfortunate, but.
And this
Can you tell me there again, so it says sum of plan paid, so let's just look at this very first thing here. Enroll, would that be better? Enroll, sure, claim.
Yeah.
2 claims, it says sum paid 14,000, a plan paid.
Mhm.
Plan paid with script.
That's
like-
per script. So
Okay,
you got,
so we'll look at that one, so it costs $7,000, it costs our plan $7,000 per script.
yeah.
And then the estimated RX Protect script price is $4,000 less than that.
Mhm.
And it changes nothing for the person, they get the same medication. I'm just trying to think of where the disconnect would be. So it doesn't cost, the disconnect is, if I'm the user,
Mhm.
It's not saving them anything or not changing
it
anything.
doesn't cost me anymore just to keep going where I've always gone.
Correct.
Right,
yeah.
that's the issue.
And some people just like going to CVS and picking it up. They're comfortable with it, especially people that have been on this for years.
So like with some of these drugs, are any of these ones that a person could be, is there a reason not to do it? For example, like the mail may not come and I don't have the medicine that I need. That would be a concern that I would have if it was keeping me alive or help really.
Well, they've got it built in to where emergency situation, you would just go to your local pharmacy and get it.
Yeah. If something happens, you can automatically get filled locally. But it happens very rarely. But yeah, mailed directly to your home, 100% free, and then obviously you see the savings opportunity just for the employer. Like I said, this is just 3 months, so you'd have to take that times 4.
So currently, if I don't know any of these, so are any of these generics, or are these all?
No, none of these would be generic.
If you see them on a commercial, they're not generic.
Yeah, these are all gonna be your.
That's a rule of thumb.
Okay, so not generic currently,
Brand
the
special.
person is gonna be paying, if we look at that other chart, they're supposed to be paying What?
Up to 4,000, currently up to 2,000 or $4,000 deductible. Currently,
Yeah,
that's the main, one of the main drivers of the deductible increase we're talking.
A lot of these people are hitting, I mean, if you just, I mean, quick math on them, if you look at them, a lot of them are hitting their, you know, RX deductible and probably even get close to RX, out of pocket, overall out of pocket.
Yeah.
So that's.
But I mean, really, since it's not generic and it's not like it's just a $5 thing, it would be saving them.
Oh, sure, yeah, yes, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but just take that first drug, like you said, month one, they put their deductible.
Right, but if I'm thinking, if that's the only drug I take, why would I wanna pay $4,000, whatever my max out of pocket is?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Unless you have 10 other drugs too that you're taking and you're gonna hit 4,000 anyway, then you don't care. But, okay. Yeah, there is, I mean, no, this is good, and you're educating us, and as well as the employees, so I think it's good.
I mean, already though, you got pretty good utilization out of your RX Protect.
We do have good utilization, and the good thing is, I mean, I had an employee over in my office a month and a half ago, and, I mean, we were literally signed up 5-10 minutes. I mean, they didn't know, they're not real computer, you know, savvy and stuff, we'll break it in, if you feel better, we'll knock it out, you know, and 5-10 minutes, we got knocked out.
You're okay to help people do it that way?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, somebody, as long as they're okay with it, yeah, so we sit down there and knocked it out, and they're getting free medicine, so.
Fabulous, so thank you for sharing that, that's good.
Yeah. Then the other things that we just talked about going forward, obviously the clinic's big. You know, we urge you guys, you know, if you think it's something that would be a good benefit here, we've talked with Marky quite a bit. I think it's gonna be a big take from other employers in the area. I know talking with Kinley, they're pretty busy talking with a lot of the other employers. Then we're rolling out that Unified Care Connect. If you remember, that's basically right now you guys are using Hines to manage all your large claimants. We're going to Unified Care Connect. They'll be getting involved. We'll start that 1-1, and then also another thing I would urge to do for 1-1 is that Good Samaritan, where those people would have an opportunity. You know, usually you're looking at your lasers, people that are large claimants possibly going to their own option, and it's similar to this RX Protect because it's 100% free. If you remember, we talked about that about a month ago.
That's when people can leave our plan and go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's like RX Protect, 100% voluntary, and then it's set up the same too. They wouldn't have to pay premiums, they wouldn't have to pay their deductible out of pocket, they just get an HSA loaded card. And we're seeing a lot of employers are starting to roll this out. Because unfortunately there's lots of lasers and large claimants out there right now, especially on pharmacy.
Maybe it's that I don't understand it, but I don't trust that. I looked at it, I just don't like it. It seems, if I was the employer or employee, you know, I don't mess with that. I don't know, there's something that just seems off about it, and maybe it's a lack of education on my part, but I sat through the seminar, and I read the paperwork, and I just.
I mean, I think if we had a high deductible health plan, and a steep premium, I think we would have some takers definitely on it. It's probably gonna be a little bit harder with our premiums and.
So they're recommending we do it, and are you thinking that it's worth implementing?
I mean, it would be zero cost to implement it, but I just don't know if we're gonna get any takers that utilize it, but it would be free to us to do it and free to employees if they are eligible and they get on it, you know, but I just don't know.
Say I'm an employee and I jump off and get on that,
Mhm.
then I leave in 2 months. Am I still covered, or is that HSA plan mine because HSA is mine?
Well, yeah, you would still be able to, you would stay on that plan for 12 months then. So,
We as the,
well, so basically it's.
we should out all the money.
You would be, if they,
You
they
put out the money
We put out,
into that
what was
HSA.
it?
It's 55,000.
55,000, and you quit tomorrow, we're up 55,000.
Yeah. But I mean, also if you have, a few of your lasers on the plan, a $200,000 laser.
You're
You
gonna
know,
say.
here's the thing, you just get one person to move, it's a savings. But like Marty said,
If Mr. Rhodes is on favor of keeping it on there as a possibility, I won't get in the way of it, but I just feel uncomfortable with it for some reason. I guess I don't understand it fully.
It just says won't be, doesn't it?
Here's because you watched the video, here's a debit card, you pay for your own.
well, you're still on it, you'll still get enrolled in a health insurance plan.
Right.
Yeah.
They're probably.
It's gotta be good education to that employee.
And keep in note, we probably got a handful that would be eligible. That's it.
Right.
So it's not something that's gonna be for the majority of the population. So,
So if you have it in your pocket as a tool, you can at least present it to somebody and say, here's a tool.
Yeah.
If you wanna get out of the $4,000, $8,000, whatever the out of pocket would be.
Yeah.
This is the way to do that.
Yeah.
So what happens when they run out of money on their HSA, then they're just done?
No, it'll be fully loaded to cover, they'll put it loaded completely where it's their out of pocket. Does that make sense?
And then it just starts covering.
Yeah, and anytime they have,
Just picked up the remainder.
yeah, so yeah, yeah. Cause they're basically what they're putting on, they're fully insured plans through the health marketplace.
So if you're max out of pocket on your, on the private sector, you get a plan that's $10,000 out of pocket, you get $10,000 on your card.
Yeah, and you just pay your bills as you go.
You said change from Heinz to what name? I didn't.
It's called Unified Care Connect.
I think we acted on that.
And actually, we realized there's some savings there actually a little bit too.
And we're gonna be doing that starting November 1.
Well, January 1st. I guess we could roll it. Yeah, maybe we could pull it out 11/1 since technically, yeah.
yeah, because it's gonna be behind the scenes, really.
Yeah. Make note of that.
I think it's kind of silly to pay for somebody for just 2 months.
Yeah,
And then you start over with that.
yeah, and with your benefits running, because your benefits run on the calendar year. So if someone's currently talking with Heinz or having conversation with their provider through Heinz, you would probably want them to run through that end of that year and then start January 1st.
But don't they cut it off November 1st?
Well, you're.
With our
you're
specific
stop loss.
right now?
Yeah, correct, that would be, yeah, correct.
Because I know right now, October, I really work with them to make sure we have all of our bills.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So then you
guess,
have a 2-month window where you really didn't get to count that for next year.
yeah. We'll talk with UGS about it, but I'll check on that.
I mean, I know it's 2 months, but.
Yeah, but still, especially if someone's utilizing it right now, you do have utilization on that. Anything else? I'm
That's all I
missing? Yeah.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
I'll plan to be back with you then, in, I guess, 4 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, other than that, I think that's all I got. Sandy, you got anything else?
No, it's just,
Mr. Rhodes, I do want to give you something that has nothing to do with this. So, I know as far as healthcare, I think I appreciate everything you've given us. I look
Yeah.
forward to making some final decisions
Yeah.
in a month, I guess.
No,
All right, thank
sounds
you.
good. Yeah, thank you guys.
Here it is. This is, I saw that there was a AIC annual conference. There were 3 things I thought were HR related that you may have interest in.
Oh, okay.
it's gonna be a French lick, so.
And so,
Yeah,
so I
yes,
thought,
okay.
here's the registration information. If it's interesting to you, if you think it'd be any value, so that's all, but I didn't.
Okay.
All right, yeah, thought you might want to.
Perfect, okay.
They asked me from the host committee again.
Yeah, on the, they've asked me to do HR side, now we got it built it, so they've asked me to about that.
Okay, let's, let's finish up here. The Auditor Moore, do you want to talk about the max levy growth quotient, or you got?
I have it.
This your thing?
Give us a little bit of an update on this, of what that meant, because I'll be wide right now.
Your levy growth portion is based on your levy, and then you can raise it. We've been capped at 4%.
Levy meaning what people were taxed
What's
last year.
Your tax levy is how much money we collect on property taxes. And so we can only grow by 4% on that number, which is.
That's regardless of our assessed valuation.
Doesn't matter. You can only grow by you can only collect 4,000, or 4% more, so that would be $365,041.
So
All we can grow in new tax money.
what was that number?
$365,041.
So what if a community was booming? I guess that's what I'm
You're
thinking.
still capped at that.
So like Hamilton County.
So then your tax rate's gonna go down because your assessed value went up. You can only collect that much new money.
Even if their expenses have gone up
Doesn't matter,
astronomically.
doesn't matter.
Because if you get a
Doesn't
20% increase in population, you're gonna have 20% more.
Now, if they would have let the true thing go, we would have been 5%, which we would have collected $456,300. But they capped us at 4, so we can't go to the true max levy.
Based on 2025 legislation?
Yes,
Okay.
And that levy is for the whole state.
yes.
Okay.
So there's
So
no.
whatever their AV is, you look at the AV and you can only grow by that levy by 4%.
And that 4%, do you know how they set that number?
It's based on, well, the true code is based on your non-farming, 6 years worth of, the 6 years preceding for Indiana non-farm personal income.
So they're saying the income went up for that much, so that's.
Well, I've got the trends here if you wanna see the years, but, and that law says it has to stop at 5%. That is the max you can have. So the max you can grow was 5%, but they've capped us at 4 for the last 3 now, so.
So that's really not a new thing.
No, that was the law
And then we
before,
don't have to take that full 4%, am I correct?
you don't have
We
to,
always do.
but we do.
Yeah.
And that, what we pay SERS and what we pay developmental disability and what you pay your mental health, which is LifeSprings, that's not in the calculation. And then your 2 rate-driven funds, your CUME funds, your CUME Bridge and CUME Cap, they're kind of outside of that too.
It just seems odd to me that if a community was booming, they had a whole lot new expenses, they're still gonna be stuck at, it doesn't even matter what happens in the community, it just happens, you get some flat numbers.
It's a misconception in the world that says, oh, they'll just raise taxes. You can't, you're capped. We still can only collect the maximum growth quotient.
So if we go up that growth quotient, even at the 4% here, if we had a lot of additional assessed valuation, a lot of growth in the community, that could mean lower taxes for everybody.
Your tax rate would go down.
Right, tax rate would go down.
Yeah.
Long story short, I got an email and I'm like, what does this exactly mean? Because the email said, the state budget agency has calculated the max growth quotient per this code for 2026 at 4%. And I didn't know what that meant exactly. So,
If they wouldn't have done that, we could have grown an extra %.
so the 4% cap that they've done the last several years would have expired? Is that what?
No, if they do it, I think they just set it every year.
Okay.
Because your 6 years, if you look at your 6 years in there, there's some years where it's been lower than 4, so we only got to go 3 or 2 or whatever it was. And yeah, that's the only new money you can have.
Outside of the income tax.
This is property tax collection.
So that's the only new money you can have, property tax.
Right, now if we get other interest and other revenues, that's
Right.
totally different.
Well, I was thinking just in the tax admin, we would also have the edit taxes. That is baseline, if I'm correct.
The what?
Well, the income taxes.
Oh, income taxes is not in
Right.
this.
Right, but that would be our only other tax revenue stream. Am I correct?
Excise.
Excise is in there, that's another tax.
So there's probably other little small ones, but.
Those are the 2 majors.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that with us. Mr. Mayor, what do you have for us today?
A couple items, we have the right of way, we discussed this at our last meeting, spoke with the engineer Leopard on bulking up some of the language, did that, shared with Sam and water, they were approved, I have it here for the board to consideration.
This on Park, by the park.
Correct, running along, I believe it was Fairground Road. So I just need a motion to approve that right-of-way easement, and the copy I have printed here, I think, is formatted, I need to fix, but I'll get that squared up here soon.
Review this one, approve this one, and there's some formatting that you'll need to change the no content.
That is correct. No, you should. But it was wrong when I said it.
Oh,
So Commissioner Hostetter, name for the next page, so you want us to wait to sign this
I
one?
do,
Okay, so we'll just approve it today and we can sign it.
that's correct.
Okay.
And also, I had this Cerise as well. She can still sign it at a later date.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we approve the right-of-way agreement
St. Anthony Water Utilities.
for St. Anthony Water Utilities.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. The other thing I had sent to you guys, just so it's on your radar, and also probably be worthwhile to bring it to the attention of a department head meeting in the future. There was a change that went into effect last Tuesday that does not allow any county employee to enter into contracts on behalf of the county. 36-2-2.9-15. A county employee may not take action on a county contract unless permitted by a county ordinance. This section does not apply to a county officer, and county officers are, I believe, all elected officials, or at least the vast majority of elected officials. I think the instances where this will impact this board currently is one would be the county engineer who's signing off on NDOT contracts on behalf of the county. That was approved previously, if I recall, by a resolution. We just need to change that to an ordinance, I think, to meet this requirement. And then other department heads who I think traditionally enter into contracts sometimes on behalf, or again, you have a member of this as well, would be Sean Warner on behalf of the health department. So if you want that to, otherwise the board of commissioners needs to sign off on those absent an ordinance.
Okay, so if Mr. Warner came in, he needs to sign for a grant or whatever, and we say, or a contract for some service, whatever it is, and we would say, now, we would say we approve it and we give you consent to sign on behalf of the county. You're saying in the future, if we want to do that, there has to be an
Ordinance that gives that authorization.
Can the ordinance be as broad as the commissioners at their discretion will give department heads authority? And then we could still do the same way the practice has been? Because it's still getting clearance.
Correct. We could draft the ordinance in that way. It's a brand new law, so I don't know what the rules are on it yet. There wasn't much insight provided at the seminar that last week.
so really, nobody should be able to sign it except if you give them an ordinance to do so.
Correct.
Or they're an elected official.
Correct.
Okay.
So the clerk can do it, the recorder can do it, assessor, your office, everybody has contracts that they do enter into with the providers that they have. Those elected officials are still fine to do so. The issue.
With our consent again.
Correct,
Yes.
correct, yes. And that was under our ordinance from a year or 2 years ago now. I can't recall what year we put that in place. I think, again, it's going to apply primarily to the NDOT stuff that we have where county engineers are authorized representative. I think that needs to be changed. And again, we might be able to draft one in a way that would allow certain department heads. We might be able to draft one that's encompassing of the ones who utilize it the most. Health department comes up.
Community corrections.
Right, department, community corrections as well.
How about this? Would you want to do the highway engineer, highway superintendent, Madden and Warner, put them on 4 different ordinances, and the ordinances say, with approval of the executive, you have the authority to sign the contract.
Correct. With approval by the executive, I would presume probably in the minutes or something.
Yeah. That'd be okay. I mean, then you write one ordinance and kind of.
I would probably just do one ordinance and I would encompass all.
Oh, you can do it that way. I didn't know
I
if
think I
you
could
could
do
do
it
it
for
individually.
it doesn't really say one way or the other. Instead of adopting four, I'd say we can adopt one. and-
Do you usually do that annually, or do you just do that?
I wouldn't name them, I would name them by their positions that they hold.
Right.
Are
They're hired.
two are appointed?
Madden is hired.
Donnie's appointed.
Oh, yeah, yes, I was thinking of Madden and, Warner.
Madden and Warner are both was Warner not appointed? No, it's a higher position. The board is the health board.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I will work on that. The only thing I prepared bills of sale for the tractor that was talked about by Mr. Kaiser the last meeting we had, and in the process of finishing up an MOU for H on the purchase and use of that and insuring, et cetera.
Okay.
So
That it?
that is all I have.
Auditor?
I think I did all mine.
Commissioner Ostrander?
I think I am gonna buy a case for their owl.
And yeah, well, I guess we probably can, next meeting, we'll move it out a little bit, see if it works a little better, and we'll just kind of keep fighting with it until it
We'll
works.
keep playing with it and see where the best spot is for it.
But we do, is that the internet on the floor?
That's
Or is
hooked
it
up
the power?
there, otherwise I hook it to the phone when I have it over here.
Do you think it's too distracting to be right in front of that person?
I just need to be able to have a computer there and the plug-in.
That's true.
I liked where you had it at the last meeting. I thought that worked.
Where was it?
Right in
Just
front of
right
you.
front here. On that stand.
When the council thought it was distracting. And they talked about hanging it from the ceiling and running cords, but when I talked to Matrix, they said the longer the run is, the less the quality is.
I think they'll get used to it.
I'd be satisfied next time for our board, I'd let the council do what they want, but we can pull it back out here in the middle, because it seemed like it functioned better. Did you see on the screen how it worked? It was like the,
Now that is the brand new laptop with it, so we'll see if it's better.
any other business?
I think the Windows rollout, Windows 11 is just about complete. We have a few stragglers. It did come in way under budget, which is great because they got better with their time and their efficiency. And so that was a good plus. So we should be up to date and we won't have to replace anything, hopefully in the next year. And then next year we can work on maybe the firewall. I think 6 or 8 years old.
Okay, we'll close the meeting.
Sandy, I'll get a new one of these in your office to get something. You have a notary in your office?
Sheila's a notary.